Hey, everybody, we're back. We are back. We did 4 hours in the late morning and early afternoon, and now we are doing 4 hours tonight. Thanksgiving Day mega stream. So glad to be here with all of you. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notifications bell. Happy Thanksgiving. Here we go.
American century. I say that the century on which we are entering can be and must be the century of the common man.
A radical redistribution of economic power.
I mean, we know that racism is just a byproduct of capitalism. Everything would be all right if everything was put back in the hands of the people.
We need a government that will make sure Americans are taken care of and organize the economy to serve the people, not the profits of a wealthy few.
We now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty.
We got to start getting out there with the people.
Get out of the movement and get to the masses.
We need a government of action.
Welcome, everybody. I'm so glad to be here with all of you once again. Wow. I was with you all for 4 hours this morning, and now I'm going to be with you all for another 4 hours here tonight. It should be a lot of fun. It should be great. You know, I said I was going to do 8 hours of streaming today, and I meant what I said. I am going to do 8 hours. So the clock has started, and we're going to be on here 8 hours mega streaming marathon today. Now, since we're streaming for so long, we're not going to divide the show into the normal 3 sessions. I'm just going to talk about what I talk about, and then every so often we'll pause and answer people's questions. So if you got a super chat, Rumble rant, Rockfin tip, you got something you want me to talk about, by all means, send me a super chat, send me a Rumble rant, send me a Rockfin tip, give me something to talk about, right? Because I'm going to be on here for quite a while. I'm going to need something for us to chat, something for us to react to. So your super chats, your Rumble rants will make our success happen. I really, really am glad that we're going to have our conversation here. This is all in order to psych myself up and psych all of you up for our upcoming conference in Portland, Oregon. And I'll talk more about that later. I can put the poster on the screen. Well, I'll put the poster on the screen later. But, we are so excited because in Portland, we are going to be having an anti-imperialist mega rally all day on December 2nd. It's going to be awesome. So this 8 hours of streaming on Thanksgiving Day, did 4 hours this morning, doing 4 hours here tonight. This is all about getting myself and getting all of us in the mood for our upcoming mega anti-imperialist extravaganza anti-imperialist rally. I'm so excited about it. So I thought for the next, for the first little bit here, Jyoti Brar, who is the leader of the Communist Party of Great Britain, Marxist-Leninist, and she's also a good friend of ours of the Center for Political Innovation. She's speaking at our upcoming conference in Portland, Oregon. Jyoti Brar just, she was leading a gathering of the World Anti-Imperialist Platform in Athens, Greece. And so she gave this speech, this statement on behalf of the World Anti-Imperialist Platform at the recent World Anti-Imperialist Platform gathering in Athens. So I thought we would just watch it, maybe react to Jyoti's statement. So here we go.
The attention of those who are gathered here today that a seismic shift is taking place in the global balance of class forces. Particularly significant events have transpired in the last year and a half. Events that were triggered by the deepening of the global capitalist crisis and by the accelerating drive to war and domination that is the imperialist response to this crisis. The launch of Russia's special military operation on 24th of February 2022 was the first and most crucial of these events. This was the date on which the Russian government and people declared no more to the war of aggression being waged against them all along their borders, and most especially in Ukraine.
That's right. That's right. Russia responded to over almost a decade of aggression in Ukraine and elsewhere, the killing of civilians in Donbass, etc. Russia is defending itself.
The installation of a new popular government in Niger on 26th of July 2023 was the next big event to shake the imperialist complacency. This was a clarion call to the super-exploited people, and its effects are being felt all over the African continent. And then, on 7th of October 2023, the news reached us of the launch of the Al-Aqsa flood battle by the united forces of the Palestinian resistance. With the onset of this operation, another line in the sand was drawn, another call sounded, whose echoes are reverberating around the world. Each of these events has been long in the making. Each one represents a decisive turning point in the development of these three separate but related struggles against imperialist domination of the globe. Each one has struck a mighty blow at the imperialist system and revealed an essential impotence at the heart of the seemingly all-powerful US-led NATO war machine, an impotence which has left their vicious fascistic proxies glaringly exposed. For all their firepower, for all their economic might, for all their undoubted ability to inflict horrendous suffering on a targeted people, the imperialists are unable to beat down the forces of resistance. And the more those forces work together, as they are increasingly doing, the more impossible the task of defeating them becomes. In Ukraine, it is clear, however long the war continues to be fueled by Western money and weapons, the days of the fascistic stooge regime of Zelensky and co. are numbered. In Niger too, the imperialists have been unable to muster a reliable proxy force capable of reimposing their diktat. Compradors across the region are starting to worry that their days too might be numbered. And in Palestine, we see that the harder the Zionist criminals push to achieve their genocidal aims, the more surely do they create the conditions in which a united Middle Eastern response will emerge and prove decisive. Not only the rabid government of Netanyahu and co., but the entire settled colonial population of Israel are waking up to the fact that their days as a supremacist output of Western imperialism are coming to an end. In each case, the sympathy and the increasingly active support of all progressive humanity is on the side of the anti-imperialist forces. In each case, the unconditional support of the imperialist and stooge politicians and media for the forces of reaction is exacerbating the crisis of legitimacy their governments are already facing. As we stand here today, commemorating the anniversary of the heroic anti-fascist uprising of students at the Athens Polytechnic 50 years ago, we note that the student rebellion was expressing the sentiments of the wider working class, many of whom flocked to join it once the standard had been raised. The call of the risen workers and peasants for bread, education, and liberty echoed the demand of the poverty-stricken, war-torn masses of Russia, who demanded peace, land, and bread in 1917. These demands are so simple, yet the self-styled masters of the universe cannot fulfill them. They can only answer with more violence, more repression, more hunger, and more misery. Understanding this simple truth was what impelled the Russian people to carry out the October Revolution. And it is what has driven every national liberation and socialist struggle that followed in the footsteps of October. This is the understanding we must once again bring to workers everywhere. Imperialism cannot be reasoned with, and it cannot solve the most basic problems of the masses. It can only loot, pillage, and burn. And it is willing to drown the world in blood in order to hang on to its ill-gotten gains and maintain the lords of finance capital in their position of dominance over all. This lesson has been taught to the working masses over and over again in blood. Let us learn from our history and throw all our weight behind the forces of resistance in the titanic battles to come. Let the next wave of struggle be as earth-shaking as was the first. Death to the warmongering NATO imperialist bloc and all its fascistic proxies. Victory to the resistance. Onward to socialism.
There you go. That was Jyoti Brar giving an anti-imperialist report, statement on behalf of the World Anti-Imperialist Platform. The Center for Political Innovation, we are signatories of the World Anti-Imperialist Platform's document. You can check out the website, WAP21.org. Great folks. Our member Elizabeth Young was just at their World Congress in Greece that happened. We're going to have video of her talk soon. She's our president, actually, of CPI. We're really excited that person you just heard speaking, Jyoti Brar, is going to be speaking at our conference coming up, in Portland, Oregon. She's going to be there. So we are very, very pumped about that. We are very, very happy that Jyoti is going to be there. Jyoti's coming all the way from Britain. And the night before the conference, she's going to be giving a full-length presentation at an event co-sponsored by the Party of Communists with CPI. So that's going to be pretty awesome. But yeah, this is the event, the conference that's coming up. It's going to be pretty awesome. I'll tell you more about it at some point, I'm sure, on this stream. But I just wanted to make sure you all know about the conference. Make sure you've registered for the conference. Make sure you send us a donation to help us do the conference because we need all the help we can get with it. But I wanted to actually read to you something. I think I've read it on these streams before, but it's a really, really important piece of writing. I think a very, very, very important piece of writing. And it was written by a very famous American writer. This guy, Edward Bellamy. Edward Bellamy, he was a science fiction writer in the aftermath of the Civil War in the 1880s. Edward Bellamy, he was a socialist. He believed in socialism as an economic system. It was his cousin who wrote the Pledge of Allegiance for the United States, Francis Bellamy. And he was an advocate of socialism. And he wrote a book that was like a best-selling book in the 1880s. And it was this book, Looking Backward, which is a science fiction novel about a socialist America. A guy gets hypnotized, he falls asleep, and he wakes up in the year 2000 when America is a socialist paradise. And it was like a best-selling book. And Edward Bellamy, he was an American socialist, right? He was a Christian, he was of religious faith, and he was certainly patriotic. I mean, his cousin invented the Pledge of Allegiance, but he was a socialist and an advocate of a socialist planned economy. He wrote this short story. And I am going to read it to you. It's actually included in our manual, We Are City Builders. It's included in the CPI educational manual. And it's a really important story because it explains the problems of capitalism. It explains them through an analogy. It explains the problems of capitalism, not in terms of some people have money and other people don't, and that's not fair. But it explains it in how the mode of production is fundamentally flawed. It explains the problem of overproduction and the tendency of the falling rate of profit, etc. So I actually I'm going to read to you the parable of the water tank. by Edward Bellamy, published in 1897. Classic American socialist agitational piece of writing. So I am just going to read this to you. There was a certain very dry land, the people whereof were in sore need of water, and they did nothing but seek after water from morning until night, and many perished because they could not find it. Howbeit, there were certain men in that land who were more crafty and diligent than the rest, and these gathered stores of water where others could find none. And these men were called capitalists. And it came to pass that the people of the land came unto the capitalists and prayed them that they would give them of the water they had gathered, that they might drink, for their need was sore. But the capitalists answered them and said, Go to, ye silly people. Why should we give of the water we have gathered? For then should we become as you are, and perish with you. But behold, we will do unto you. Be our servants, and you will have water. And the people said, Only give us to drink, and we will be your servants, we and our children. And so it was. Now the capitalists were men of understanding and wise in their generation. They had ordered the people who were their servants in bands, with captains and officers. And some they put at the springs to dip, and others they did make carry water, and others they did cause to seek for new springs. And all the water was brought together in one place. And there did the capitalists make a great tank for to hold it. And the tank was called the market, for it was there that the people, even the servants of the capitalists, came to get water. And the capitalists said unto the people, For every bucket of water that ye bring to us, that we may pour into the tank, which is the market, behold, we will give you 1 penny. But for every bucket that we shall draw forth to give unto you, that you may drink of it, you and your wives and your children shall give us 2 pennies, and the difference shall be our profit. Seeing, if it were not for this profit, we would not do this thing for you, but you should all perish. And it was good in the people's eyes, for they were dull of understanding, and they diligently brought water unto the tank for many days. And for every bucket that they did bring, the capitalist gave them every man a penny. And for every bucket that the capitalist drew forth from the tank to give to the people, behold, the people rendered to the capitalists 2 pennies. And after many days, the water tank, which was the market, overflowed at the top, seeing that for every bucket the people poured in, they received only so much that they would buy again half a bucket. Because of the excess that was left to every bucket, did the tank overflow, for the people were many, but the capitalists were few, and could drink no more than others. Therefore the tank did overflow. And when the capitalists saw the water overflowed, they said to the people, See ye not the tank, which is the market, does overflow? Sit ye down, therefore, and be patient, for ye shall bring us no more water until the tank be empty. But when the people received no more pennies from the capitalists for the water they brought, they could no more water from the capitalists. They could buy no more water from the capitalists, having naught wherewith to buy. And when the capitalists saw it, they had no more profit, because no man bought water from them, they were troubled. And they sent forth men unto the highways and the byways and the hedges, crying, If thirst, let him come to the tank and buy water, for it does overflow. For they said among themselves, behold, the times are dull. We must advertise. But the people answered, saying, how can we buy unless ye hire us? For how else shall we have the wherewithal to buy? Hire ye us, therefore, as before, and we will gladly buy water, for we thirst, and ye will have no need to advertise. But the capitalists said to the people, shall we hire you to bring water when the tank, which is the market, doth already overflow? Buy ye therefore first water, and when the tank is empty through your buying, we will hire you again. And so it was, because the capitalists hired them no more to bring the water, that the people could not buy the water they had already brought. Because the people could not buy the water they had already brought already, the capitalists no more hired them to bring the water. And the saying went abroad, it is a crisis. And the thirst of the people was great. For it was not now as it had been in the days of their fathers, when the land was open before everyone to seek water for himself, seeing that the capitalists had taken all the springs and the wells and water wheels and vessels and buckets, so that no man might come by water save from the tank, which was the market. And the people murmured against the capitalists and said, behold, the tank runneth over, and we die of thirst. Give us therefore the water, that we not perish. But the capitalists answered, not so. The water is ours. You shall not drink thereof, unless ye buy it of us with pennies. And they confirmed it with an oath, saying after the matter, business is business. But the capitalists were disquieted that the people bought no more water, whereby they had no more profits. And they spake to one another, saying, it seemeth that our prophets have stopped our profits. And by reason of the profits we have made, we can make no more profits. How is it that our profits are become unprofitable to us, and our gains do make us poor? Let us therefore send for the soothsayers, that they may interpret this thing unto us. And they sent for them. And now the soothsayers were men learned in the dark sayings, who joined themselves to the capitalists by reasons of water of the capitalists, that they might have thereof and live, and they and their children. And they spake for the capitalists unto the capitalists, and they did their embassies for them, seeing that the capitalists were not a folk quick of understanding, neither ready of speech. And the capitalists demanded of the soothsayers that they should interpret this thing unto them. Wherefore it was that the people bought no more water of them, although the tank was full. And certain soothsayers answered and said, it is by reason of overproduction. And some said, it is glut. But the significance of the two words is the same. And the others said, nay, but this thing is by reason of spots of the sun. And yet others answered, saying, it is neither by reason of glut, nor yet spots of the sun, that evil hath come to pass because of a lack of confidence. And while the soothsayers contended among themselves according to their manner, the men of profit did slumber and sleep. And when they awoke, they said to the soothsayers, it is enough. Ye have spoken comfortably to us. Now go forth and speak comfortably to the people, so that they be at rest and leave us in peace. But the soothsayers, even the men of dismal science, for so they were named by some, were loath to go forth to the people, lest they be stoned, for the people loved them not. And they said to the capitalists, masters, it is a mystery of our craft, that if men be full and thirst not, but be at rest, then shall they find comfort in our speech, even as yet. Yet if they thirst and be empty, find they no comfort therein, but rather mock at us, for this seemeth that unless a man be full, our wisdom appeareth unto him emptiness. But the capitalist said, Go ye forth. Are ye not our men to do our embassies? And the soothsayers went forth to the people and expounded to them the mystery of overproduction, and how it was that their needs must perish of thirst because there was overmuch water, and how there could not be enough because there was too much. And likewise they spoke unto the people concerning sunspots, and wherefore it was that these things did come upon them by the reason of lack of confidence. And it was even as these soothsayers had said, for the people, their wisdom seemed emptiness. And the people reviled them, saying, Go up, ye bald heads. Will ye mock us? Doth plenty breed famine? Doth nothing come out of much? And they took up stones to stone them. And when the capitalists saw that the people still murmured and would not give ear to the soothsayers, because they also feared lest they should come upon the tank and take the water by force, they brought forth to them certain holy men, but they were false priests, who spake unto the people that they should be quiet and trouble not the capitalists, because they thirsted. And these holy men, who were false priests, testified to the people that this affliction was sent to them of God for the healing of their souls, and that they should bear it in patience and lust not after water, neither trouble the capitalists. It would come to pass that after they had given up the ghost, they would come to a country where there should be no capitalists, but an abundance of water. Howbeit, there were certain true prophets of God also, who would not prophesy for the capitalists, but rather spake against them. Now, when the capitalists saw that the people still murmured and would not be still, neither for the words of the soothsayers, nor for the words of the false priests, they came forth themselves unto them, and put the ends of their fingers into the water that overflowed into the tank, and wet tips thereof, and scattered drops from the tips of their fingers abroad unto the people who thronged the tank. And the name of the drops of water was charity, and they were exceeding bitter. And when the capitalists saw yet again that neither the words of the soothsayers, nor of the holy men who were false priests, nor yet for the drops that were called charity would the people be still, but raged more, they crowded upon the tank as if they would take it by force. Then they took counsel together and sent men privily forth among the people, and all who had skill in war took them apart and spake craftily with saying to them, Come now, why ye cast not your lot in with the capitalists? If ye will be their men and serve them against the people, that they break not into our tank, then ye shall have abundance of water, and ye shall not perish, ye and your children. And the mighty men, and they who were skilled in war, hearkened unto this speech, and suffered themselves to be persuaded, for their thirst constrained them. And they went into the capitalists, and became their men, and staves and swords were put into their hands, and they became a defense of the capitalists, and smote the people when they thronged upon the tank. After many days, the water was low in the tank, for the capitalists did make fountains and fish ponds of water thereof, and did bathe therein, and they and their wives and their children did waste water for their pleasure. When the capitalists saw that the tank was empty, they said, The crisis is ended. And they sent forth and hired the people that they should bring water and fill it again. And for the water that the people brought to the tank, they received for every bucket a penny. But the water which the capitalists drew forth from the tank to give again to the people, they received 2 pennies, that they might have their profit. And after a time, the tank did overflow even as before. And now, when many times the people had filled the tank until it overflowed, and had thirsted till the water therein had been wasted by the capitalists, it came to pass that there arose in the land certain men who were called agitators, for they did stir up the people. And they spake unto the people, saying that they should associate, and then there would be no need to be servants of the capitalists, and should thirst no more for water. And the eyes of the capitalists were the agitators' pestilent fellows, and they would fain have crucified them, but durst not for fear of the people. And the words of the agitators, which they spake to the people, were on this wise: Ye foolish people, how long will you be deceived by a lie, and believe to your hurt that which is not? For behold, all these things which have been said unto you by the capitalists and the soothsayers are cunningly devised fables. And likewise the holy men, who say that it is the will of God that you should always be poor and miserable and thirsty, behold, they do blaspheme God and are liars, whom he will bitterly judge, though he forgave all others. How cometh it that ye may not come by the water in the tank? Is it not because you have no money? And why have you no money? Is it not because you receive only 1 penny for every bucket that you bring to the tank, which is the market, but you must render 2 pennies for every bucket you take out, so that the capitalists may have their profit? See not how by this means the tank must overflow, being filled by that ye lack, and made to abound out of your emptiness? See ye not also that the harder you toil, and the more diligently you seek to bring the water, the worse and not the better it shall be for you by reason of the profit, and that forever? And after this manner spake the agitators for many days unto the people, and none heeded them. But it was so that after a time the people hearkened. And they answered and said unto the agitators, Ye say truth. It is because of the capitalists and of their profits may we by no means come by the fruits of our labor, so that our labor is in vain. And the more we toil to fill the tank, the sooner it doth overflow, and we may receive nothing, because there is too much, according to the words of the soothsayer. But behold, the capitalists are hard men, and their tender mercies are cruel. Tell us, if you know, any way whereby we may deliver ourselves out of bondage unto them. But if you know of no certain way of deliverance, we beseech you to hold your peace and let us alone, that we may forget our misery. And the agitator answered and said, We know a way. And the people said, Deceive us not, for this thing hath been from the beginning, and none hath found a way of deliverance till now, though many have sought it carefully with tears. But if you know a way, speak unto us quickly. And the agitators spoke unto the people, and they said, Behold, what need ye have at all these capitalists, that you yield them profits upon your labor? What great things do they, wherefore you render them tribute? Lo, it is only because they order you in bands, and lead you out and in, and set you tasks, and afterwards give you a little water yourselves have brought, and not they. Now behold the way out of this bondage. Do ye for yourselves that which is done by the capitalists, namely the ordering of your labor, and marshaling of your bands, and dividing of your tasks. So ye shall have no need at all for the capitalists, and no more yield them any profit. But all the fruit of your labor shall ye share as brethren, everyone having the same. And so shall the tank never overflow until every man is full, and would not wag the tongue for more. And afterwards Shall ye with the overflow make pleasant fountains and fish ponds to delight yourselves withal, even as did the capitalists? But these shall be for the delight of all. And the people answered, How shall we go to do this thing? For it seemeth good to us. And the agitators answered, Choose ye discreet men to go in and out before you, and marshal your bands, and order your labor, and these men shall be as capitalists were. But behold, they shall not be your masters, as the capitalists are. But your brethren and officers who will do your will, they shall not take any profits, but every man his share like others, and there be no more masters and servants among you, but brethren only. And from time to time, as ye see fit, ye shall choose other discreet men in place of the first to order the labor. And the people hearkened and said that the thing was good to them, and likewise it seemed not a hard thing. And with one voice they cried out, So let it be as ye have said, for we will do it. And the capitalists heard the noise of shouting, and what the people said, and the soothsayers heard, and likewise the false priests and the mighty men of war who were a defense to the capitalists. And when they heard, they trembled exceedingly, so that their knees smote together. And they said one to another, It is the end of us. Howbeit, there were certain true priests of the living God who would not prophesy for the capitalists, but had compassion upon the people. When they heard the shouting of the people and what they said, they rejoiced with exceeding great joy and gave thanks to God because of the deliverance. And the people went and did all the things that were told them of the agitators to do. When it came to pass, as the agitators had said, even according to all their words, and there was no more thirst in that land, neither any that was a hungered or naked or cold or in any manner of want. And every man said unto his fellow, My brother. And every woman said unto her companion, My sister. For so were they with one another as brethren and sisters, which do dwell together in unity. And the blessing of God rested upon the land forever. The end. That is the parable of the water tank, right? By Edward Bellamy. It's included in our CPI education manual. It is an analogy, an allegory for the problem of overproduction and how the drive of the capitalist to make profits, and how that leads to an economic crisis. Right? This is a great piece of writing, a great piece of socialist writing that we included in our manual. And I thought I should just read that in its entirety here on this stream, The Parable of the Water Tank. So yeah, folks, we're doing the second 4-hour shtick, 4-hour bit. Here we did get one super chat so far. No question attached to it. I'm going to put it on the screen here from Abiding. And thank you very much for that super chat. And I'm going to pause throughout the stream and answer people's questions. There was a Rumble rant, a Rockfin tip that came in, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Was there one? I guess there wasn't one. That's weird. That is odd. I could swear that there was one that came in. So there we go. There we go. All right. Well, let's see if there's any Rumble rants. Any Rumble rants? Nope. All right. Well, if anyone has anything they want me to talk about, hey, give me material. I am going to go for 4 hours, right? I'm going to be on here until 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time because of the fact that, we are, at this point, we are doing this. We are having, I said I would do 8 hours today, 8 hours of streaming. I did 4 hours this morning, and we're at about 40 minutes in to the second 4-hour shift. We're doing this. I am fully committed to doing that. So I just read you the parable of the water tank. I showed you Jyoti Brar's new statement on behalf of the World Anti-Imperialist Platform. And so, yeah, we're just going to continue with what we're doing. But as I said, if there's anything you want me to discuss, please send me a super chat, send me a Rumble rant, get me talking, because you know, I'm gonna go on here for a while. We're just gonna have a big conversation. All right, this is a mega stream to psych myself up for the upcoming mega anti-imperialist rally. So here's a little bit of information that you may not be aware of, right? Last unnamed beverage of the day. So you all probably heard about and thank you, I can answer that. That's a good question. You all probably heard about the fact that this racist pro-Israel guy was harassing a halal cart, a guy who drives a halal cart in his neighborhood, Stuart Soldowitz, right? And it turns out he wasn't just any racist dude. He was actually a former Obama administration official. Turns out he was also harassing the Russian mission to the UN. Oh, very good. Very good. That, you know, well, anyway, yesterday I actually went and interviewed his victim, the young Egyptian man. I'm editing the video. It was of our interview. It was on RT earlier today. But you know, I have the video and I'm going to be editing it and posting it on this channel. So stay tuned for that. Stay tuned for that. You know, so I did that yesterday. That was 11:30 in the morning. I went and interviewed the victim of Stuart, what is it? Stuart Soldowitz. I will say that, that guy, the way he was acting, reminds me of many weird, crazy people that I've encountered in New York City. You know, there are many, many weird, crazy people. You know, I mean, for a while there was a guy, you know, lurking around the RT office that we had, you know, and he would just like try to get in fights with us as we walked by. There's a lot of weird, crazy people in New York City, right? There's just a lot of them, right? For years I would go to protests and there'd always be some, you know, it's a couple weirdos who would just show up at every protest and yell at people and want to get into a fight. And you just get that, right? You get people that are just looking for a fight, right? So this guy apparently, now, not only was he harassing the, you know, it turns out he wasn't just harassing the halal truck driver. He was harassing the Russian embassy staff, you know, and he's this high-ranking Obama official. And this guy clearly has some kind of mental illness, right? Normal people don't just, you know, don't go out of that. You know, I mean, you might be on the street, you might see something you disagree with, you might shout at somebody or something, but the stalkerish nature, this guy just kept coming back, right? That is unhealthy. And you always wonder what it is with these people, right? Because, you know, I remember there was a guy when I would at Occupy Wall Street, there was a guy who just couldn't stand Occupy Wall Street. And he would show up at Occupy Wall Street and like he was just always trying to get into fights with people and screaming at people. He used to go over to the food. You know, they were giving free food away at Occupy Wall Street. They had free food, and he would stand next to the food and he would shout, "Oh my God, they're poisoning the food! They're poisoning the food! They're poisoning the food! You know, I saw them put poison in the food." It's like this guy was nuts, right? And he was really obnoxious, and he just, you know. And they exist, right? And you know, and it's weird, and they're not homeless usually, but there's something off about them, you know. And someone suggested that with a lot of them, it's that they actually, on some level, find they're conflicted. They find what you're saying to be somewhat convincing, and that makes them angry, and so they feel like if they can go shout you down, right? That the part of them that you know, that feels morally conflicted will go away. They're actually shouting at a voice in their own mind that thinks you're right. And I think that's the case with a lot of these situations, right? They're shouting at a voice in their own minds that agrees with you. Because why would they feel a need to do that? You know, there's millions of pro-Israel people in New York City who don't feel a need to stalk a guy who works at a halal cart and yell at him because you know, why does he feel a need to do that? Right. You know, it's because there's something off, you know. I mean, if this guy wants people to listen to him, why doesn't he just start a, why doesn't he just start a I'm sorry. Why doesn't he just start a YouTube channel or something like that? Like, this guy, he has some kind of, unhealthy design. There's something off. And I really do think that on some level, especially this guy was an Obama administration official, on some level, he knows the evil things that Israel does to the Palestinians. And he's probably conflicted about it. He's morally conflicted about what he did in the Obama administration. He doesn't feel right about it. And so he wants to confront somebody and win an argument with them in order to prove to himself that he is right. That's what he's trying to do, right? He's trying to prove to himself something, right? It's not about trying to convince. He's not going to convince this Egyptian young man that, of his beliefs. That's not what it's about. It's like he's having an argument in his own head. And I think that's the case in a lot, when people act that way, they're having an argument with themselves. There's part of them that kind of agrees with you, and they are really threatened by that part, right? Because this guy was an Obama administration official. If he were to realize and acknowledge all the evil things Israel does, he wouldn't be able to do his job anymore. So there's part of him that actually does feel conflicted. And so he's shouting that the rage is at that part of his mind. And you see this with a lot of right wingers. I've seen so many, I've been in New York City long enough, you get all kinds. It didn't shock me that some crazy guy who's harassing a halal cart driver. That's, the guy was an asshole. He was saying nasty, hateful things, but compared to some of the stuff I've seen on the street, I remember for a long time, whenever we would have a protest, there was a crowd of conservatives who would come to our protest to make scare porn. They would make scare porn of the protest. I kid you not, for conservative websites. And they would just come to our protests and they would say crazy things. I remember one of them said that the reason the infant mortality rate in Cuba, I love this. The reason the infant mortality rate in Cuba is so low is because the Cuban government forces women to have abortions. Yeah, right. Seriously, right? The infant mortality rate in Cuba is so low because the Cuban government goes around forcing women to have abortions to make sure that they never have any infant mortality. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, right? It's the Cuban government, they determine that a woman is maybe unhealthy or something, you must abort because we want the statistics to go down. That's what they believe. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. The Cuban government forces women to have abortions in order to make their infant mortality rate lower. That's so dumb, right? And these are the kinds of things, these are the kinds of things they would say, and it's bizarre. It's just downright bizarre. And, they would say things like that. And, for a while I was being stalked by these people. They made this hilarious, that Trevor Loudon guy, right? He made this hilarious film about me. It was about the protests in the lead up to Donald Trump's inauguration. Which I opposed, actually. I wrote an open letter opposing the protests against Trump's inauguration because I thought a lot of people voted for Trump because they wanted to stop the wars, because they were opposing the establishment. So I actually opposed, the protest, the J20, they called it, the protest, against Donald Trump's inauguration. But yet they made this awful movie, the Capitol Research Center, which is run by Trevor Loudon, right? He made this awful movie saying that I was the mastermind, basically, behind it all. Have I shown that on here before? Have I shown Trevor Loudon's film saying that I'm the evil mastermind behind all the communist stuff? Have I shown that on here before? I might show that here tonight. I might just show it to all of you because it's silly. It's just downright silly. I'm looking at the page again. Maybe did I already show that to you all? Maybe I did. But I don't know. Maybe y'all didn't see that episode. I'll show it again. It is really, really amusing. They made this film basically saying that because I work at RT, I'm like the secret mastermind behind all of the anti-Trump protests, when I actually opposed the protest against Trump's inauguration. So yeah, just scrolling back to find that video. We'll put that on. That'll be amusing. Everything is loading slowly today. But how's everybody doing tonight? At some point, we're going to stop and answer super chats pretty soon. And I do appreciate the questions people put in. I do appreciate the questions people have and such. So, alrighty. But yeah, we'll yeah, I think it was called America Under Siege, I think is what it was called. But it was great. I mean, it was awesome. Yeah, let me find. Oh, here we go. America Under Siege, Civil War 2017. All right, so let's just download this, and we'll react to that, because it was just classic. I was getting canceled by the mainstream of the left because I said that the protests against Trump's inauguration were counterproductive. A lot of people voted for Donald Trump who should have been voting for us, right? And should be socialists. And that this was a moment where we needed to figure out how we can get out of the movement to the masses. And people didn't want to hear that. They just wanted to go, Trump is racist. And they just loved being on the same team, right? So many people are just so desperate to be on the same team as everybody else. Some people are just so emotionally weak and desperate to conform. And it was like the mainstream media hated Donald Trump, and the socialists like, we hate Donald Trump too. It's amazing. And it's like, well, a lot of people voted for Trump because he's against the establishment that they hate, because he said he wanted to stop the wars. Like maybe opposing Trump is not strategic, and nobody wanted to hear it. And it's funny because I said that at the same time, they're trying to make it sound like I'm like the mastermind behind the anti-Trump protests, which is, it couldn't have been further from the truth. So yeah, we'll put that on. That'll be amusing. Then we'll, keep the super chats, Rumble rants rolling in. I think after we show this and I react to that, then I will, at that point, I will start answering people's questions. Maybe we'll do a roll call at some point. But yeah, I said I was going to do 8 hours of streaming today. We're about to hit 5 hours. So yeah, very good. 3 to go. But yeah. Oh, since P up. Okay. All righty. But yeah. And I'm looking forward to editing that interview I did with the victim of Stuart Sodalski, or Saldowitz, right? I'm looking forward to interviewing that. That'll be the next thing I post under the videos. So yeah, that'll be good. And that made me think about it. This one of the people in this video that they made about me is a guy who was one of these people. He was one of these weird right-wing harassers of leftists. He called himself former Soviet citizen. Right. And former Soviet citizen, he starts talking about me, and yeah, you'll be amused. You'll be amused. You will be amused. So yeah, and it's funny because right before they show me, they show Terran Fivik, which is, yeah, I will start it. I will start this film at 14 minutes in, and you will be utterly amused. Me and Terran Fivik are part of the great anti-Trump conspiracy. It couldn't get any better. So yeah, we'll put it on here. All right. Okay. All right. minutes in.
Largest Brotherhood Front group, Council on American Islamic Relations. In September 2010, the homes of Mick Kelly and his comrade Joe Eisbacher were raided by the FBI.
Now in September
Isn't this hilarious? Because right now, like, conservatives hate the FBI. So
September 24th, 2010, the FBI raided homes in Chicago and Minneapolis of peace activists and labor organizers, all as part of a nationwide terrorism investigation. 23 subpoenas were issued for activists to appear at a grand jury in Chicago. And investigators reportedly were examining.
I remember when that happened, by the way, and there was so much more support for Freedom Road in this situation than there has been for Uhuru. You know, it's weird. The cancel culture and the internet brainwashing and the red, brown, whatever has really done a number, because when Freedom Road got their homes raided, everybody, like the whole left, basically came out and supported them, while Uhuru, you know, has not gotten the same level of support. And it's really disappointing. But yeah, I remember when Freedom Road got their homes raided by the FBI.
Examining possible material support to Colombian and Palestinian groups designated as terrorist organizations by the U.S. government.
We faced 18 months in prison for contempt of court. And in addition, the charge of providing material support to foreign terrorist organizations carries a minimum of 15 years in prison for each charge.
More than 6 years later, the Obama Justice Department has yet to bring any charges.
Because they didn't do anything. Because they were just pro-Palestine activists who were being targeted by a federal attorney who was an ultra-Zionist who didn't support Palestine. He also raided Electronic Intifada. And they did actually viciously go after Razmia Oda. And so, yeah, this is a lie, actually. Razmia Oda got charged and thrown in prison. Now she eventually got released, but she was charged and convicted. She was part of the raids that they did on Freedom Road. They also charged oh goodness, what is his name? A guy from California. I can't remember his name. A guy in the Freedom Road organization, and then they did drop that charge. They did plea bargain with him, but yeah, they did charge 2 people. So that's actually a lie, but you know, they did charge Razmia Oda, the Palestine activist, and they charged, what is his name? I cannot remember his name. He's a Chicano activist from California. They got him on a gun charge, and they ended up plea bargaining it down to nothing. But anyway.
Meanwhile, Workers' World Party youth leaders are working to mobilize thousands of young people into the streets. Taryn,
which is hilarious, because I wasn't in the Workers' World Party at this point. I had been out for at least a year by when this was made.
Vivek.
Like, this woman, by the way, is like one of the biggest enemies of me and all kinds of people. She's like a deranged psychopath. And she's now in the Communist Party USA.
Who works on Syrian refugee resettlement for the United Nations, is running J20 out of New York. Romero Funes, a journalist, is organizing mass protests in Los Angeles.
So I've been involved with other comrades in planning the resistance that will happen on J20.
It's going to be one of the most important political events in modern history.
We've positioned ourselves as the revolutionary socialist contingent that's going to be present in DC.
This is a global day of action. I want to just quickly list some of the cities where there are actions taking place. As we mentioned, DC and LA, New York, of course, Rochester, Oakland, St. Petersburg, Florida, Atlanta, Savannah, Georgia, Chicago, Illinois, New Orleans, Boston, Baltimore, Ann Arbor, Michigan, Detroit, Charlotte, Durham, Raleigh, Buffalo, Cleveland, Portland, Philly, Huntington.
We refuse to be governed by such a racist, sexist monster. But it doesn't really matter to us.
Yeah, well, you know, and that's what the mainstream media also says, Taryn. You know what I mean? Taryn is agreeing with mainstream media. She was always just one of these Trump, I'm triggered by conservatives. Oh my God, I hate, you know, I mean, and this has nothing to do with me, mind you. I was not in this group for at least a year before this. Anyway.
Either if they can go ahead and say we can't drop anybody off at metro stations, or they can pretend all that they want.
How brave, exactly. Yeah, it was opposing Donald Trump. I mean, it just, oh man, like no one's ever had the courage to do that. I mean, it's like that's what the problem with the socialist movement is, that in the Trump years, the socialist movement just sounded like MSNBC, and it was pure cowardice, and it resulted in a lot of awful things happening.
That they can have control over the masses when they finally get into the streets. But as we all know, we're going to get there no matter what. We're going to be out there in force. We're going to be sending a really strong message to the rest of the world.
Every protest movement, every revolution needs to get their message out to the world.
Yeah, right. This is great, right? Look at where he's going with this.
Workers' World Party member Caleb Maupin is reaching millions of Americans daily through his positions with Iran's Press TV and Moscow's Russia Today.
Every revolution needs to get its message out to the world. Don't you love this? I want to play this again. This is awesome. Right? Keep in mind, I wasn't in the group for at least a year when this documentary was made. And the protest that he's hyping up, the 2017 thing, I wrote an open letter to Mint Press urging people not to protest it, but instead to find common ground with Trump supporters.
Movement, every revolution needs to get their message out to the world.
Bum, bum, bum.
Workers' World Party member Caleb Maupin
I wasn't in the party for over a year.
Reaching millions of Americans daily through his positions with Iran's Press TV and Moscow's Russia Today. There's a young man in America called Caleb Maupin, a member of the Workers' World Party, an extreme radical.
U.S. society, born in racism, slavery, and the slaughter of the indigenous people, is now entering a deep political and economic crisis.
Oh my God. Oh my God, how scandalous. I said that U.S. society was born in slavery and racism, and it's now having an economic crisis. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dangerous words.
For Press TV and now Russia Today, RT, going around these anti-Trump rallies, reporting on them.
Reporting on anti-Trump rallies? I mean, CNN never did that. Fox News never did that. MSNBC never did that. This guy is going around reporting on rallies. Oh my God.
Reporting on the division in American society.
Trump, he did win according to the U.S. Constitution, so you're saying you're protesting against the American democratic system, right?
So did Hitler. That doesn't mean we have to accept the way this as it is. We need to fight back against this fascist system.
Why do you?
Oh my God. I went to a rally and interviewed somebody. Oh my God.
I think he'd be doing that.
Well, look at what he's doing and what he's working for. He's coming from a hardcore Marxist-Leninist fringe group that supports the North Korean regime, working as a paid agent for the Iranian government's propaganda machine, and then moving over as a paid agent to Vladimir Putin's propaganda machine. So when you're looking at this from a case of ideology, it doesn't make sense.
Actually, it does make a lot of sense. If you read a book called Imperialism, The Highest Stage of Capitalism by Vladimir Lenin, he explains that the main enemy of humanity is Western capitalism and imperialism. And it is the duty of those of us who live in Western countries to break free, to stand in solidarity with the people of the world and their resistance to Western imperialism, to fight for the people of the world to have peace, jobs, democracy, and equality and independence. So actually aligning with people who fight against the imperialists, no matter what their ideology is, that actually makes perfect sense. If you have any fucking clue what my ideology is, it actually makes perfect sense that this decaying globalist Western capitalist system is the main enemy of humanity. It actually makes complete and perfect sense. What sense, may I ask, does it make that the U.S. government arms Wahhabi religious fanatics, arms, fake communist extremist groups, arms all kinds of counter gangs and, different groups around the world to do their bidding, right? There are two material forces that are clashing right now, the forces of anti-imperialism and the new rising economy, and the forces of the decaying Western imperialist system. So it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense that the Western capitalists are backing people that are ideologically diverse. It makes sense that the anti-imperialist camp is also ideologically diverse. It actually makes a huge amount of sense to anyone who's not a fucking idiot.
How can a communist be working for Shiite Islamic fundamentalists and then for the gangsters?
I don't know. How can Venezuela, led by Marxists, be really, really friendly with Iran? How can Iran have joined the Shanghai Cooperation Organization led by communists? I mean, you know, anti-imperialists work together. That's why. That's why, you fucking idiot.
The regime in Moscow. But if you think of it from what is the underlying agenda, which is the common purpose is to destroy America.
No, that's what capitalism is doing. Capitalism is destroying America. Have you not visited this country in the last few years? I don't think I'm responsible for making all the roads decay. I don't think I'm responsible for, you know, pushing doctors to overprescribe opioid medications. I don't think I'm responsible for the fact that all the good paying jobs are gone. No, destroying America is what the capitalists are doing. I would like to rebuild America, much like the Uhuru movement is trying to rebuild the Black community, right? I am a city builder. I'm part of the city building tendency, right? And I want to rebuild this country.
It makes perfect sense.
This is the person that I know.
Now, this is former Soviet citizen. He's got like a YouTube channel, and this guy is great. Like, he will walk up to people that are communists, right? And he'll be like, I lived in USSR. Soviet Union killed 100 gajillion million people. I lived under it. Oh my God. What? I mean, you know, he was just this doofus who would walk around New York City interviewing communists and being like, I lived under USSR. I know how evil communism is. And I mean, he's like the anti-communist Borat, basically.
Again, not that a friend, but I encountered him on a number of occasions.
Yeah, because you're a stalker. That's why, because you would come to our rallies and you were basically Stuart Soldowitz, you know, and you would come to our rallies and he would stalk us and harass us.
Republican, he's not actually Russian. He goes to these things and tries to video people and makes these edited videos to make it look like all communists are stupid. So that's what he does.
We're
so
just listening to his
you should know who he
ideas.
is. Yeah.
Thank
Listen,
you.
but
Yeah,
more.
thank you. Okay, thank you. So that should tell you volume about the ideology and the direction of Russia today, which is very much anti-capitalist, anti-American, but actually there's a better word.
There's loads of libertarians who appear on RT. There's loads of advocates of free market capitalism. That's, you know, I mean, you know, RT has a wider variety of perspective than any American television network. So
word, subversive. That's what they're trying to do. Subvert our system. That's their goal.
Senior Workers' World Leader Teresa Gutierrez is very clear on where the anti-Trump movement is real.
Anyway, that's the film. And yeah, I'm the mastermind. And it was just like, it was completely off point. So yeah, Trevor Loudon. And then, you know, and then he claimed I was the mastermind behind Tulsi Gabbard as well. So, yeah. So there you go. There you go. All right. So we've got a few super chats, to answer. So yeah. First things first. What do you say to people who say don't believe any info from the Chinese government? That's classic, right? That's just classic. Okay. How many times has the US government been caught lying? Right? How many times has the US government, John Brennan said they weren't carrying out drone strikes in countries before Congress, and they were. They covered up the torture program. They lied about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and all of that, right? But if, there's certain people that say, oh, anything, if it comes from Chinese media, or if it comes from Russian media, if it comes from Iranian media, it must be a propaganda. Don't believe anything. It's like, you should say that for the American government then, because the American government lies more than anybody. And the truth is that because any news from the anti-imperialist world is constantly labeled propaganda, because of that, you will see consistently that anti-imperialist news outlets like Telesur, Press TV, RT, CGTN actually have a higher rate of accuracy because they are held to much higher standards. CNN can say utter bullshit. They can say things that are completely false, and they still get to be CNN. But anytime anti-imperialist outlets make a mistake, they immediately jump on it. Oh my God, you lied. So because of that, you will find, anti-imperialist outlets bend over backwards to be accurate. Okay. You will see that anti-imperialist news outlets, because there's doofuses that are like you just saw, that are constantly saying, that's propaganda, you can't believe anything, because of that, they actually work much harder because they're held to ridiculous standards. There's like a website from the US State Department, from Voice of America, polygraph.info. And it's like a propaganda website designed to debunk Russian media outlets. And if you look at the site, there's no accurate debunking on there. The debunks are like stupid. They're like ridiculous debunks, right? It'll be like, they'll have somebody saying, we believe in free speech. And they'll be like, no, Russia does not believe in free speech. I mean, it's the dumbest shit. They don't ever find any factual errors. They don't ever find any lies, right? Because, anti-imperialist news sources bend over backwards because no one's going to trust them, because they get labeled, oh, that's propaganda. So it's mainstream media that you shouldn't believe. It's mainstream media you shouldn't trust because they get a pass. If the New York Times said it, people believe it. But if I say it, or an anti-imperialist news outlet says it, all these people go, I don't know. So they bend over backwards to not make mistakes. So there you go. There you go. That's what I would say to that. And that this is a classic thing where you just appeal to people's bias. People already have been told China's bad. So if you cite a piece of information and someone just says, well, that came from China. Well, is it true or not? I mean, is China capable of saying true things? Do you have evidence that it's false? No, but it came from China and everybody knows China is bad. Well, no, we don't. I mean, the US is bad, right? The US government lies all the time. Well, so are you going to say that? I mean, and that's the way you need to look at this. And again, most anti-communist regime change, pro-imperialist propaganda, all it does is like that. It just appeals to people's biases. People already think China's bad. So if you say, oh, don't believe that, it's from China. Well, is it true or not? Right. And that's where that would be my response to that. And, and that's what came up in my debate with Stefan Molyneux. I said, he seems like such a revolutionary, but his entire worldview is just premised on reinforcing the stupid anti-communism that's a staple of the American society. He calls himself a radical, revolutionary, and all of that. But he says that everything mainstream media says about the Soviet Union is true. Everything mainstream media says about whatever country they want to attack that's socialist is true. It's like somehow they realize the government lies all the time, but the ideology and the historical narrative of the American government, they never think to question, right? And that's a real problem with a lot of libertarians, right? It's like the American government tells us communism is evil. The American government tells us that capitalism is the best system, that communism's never worked everywhere. And that's all true, but the American government lies about weapons of mass destruction. The American government lies about the war on drugs. The American government lies about all these other things. But their basic premise, they're telling the truth. What sense does that make? Right? And it just never occurs to them that, anti-communism is basically the religion of the United States. It's the state religion in America at this point, right? I mean, from the highest level of government down, communism bad, capitalism good is the ideology of the government they want to destroy, right? They're obsessed with how much they hate the government. And it's like they've never noticed that this government goes around the world implementing free market capitalism and destroying communism. And that anti-communism has been, the mantra of the government they live under. And that this government that they're so opposed to, right, the American government, what is it constantly doing? Implementing free market policies, schools for profit, charter schools, prisons for profit, private military contractors. The American government believes in libertarianism, right? We don't even have paved roads, for Christ's sakes. Multiple states, 27 different states have municipalities that have unpaved the roads because, my God, we can't have those socialist government roads. We don't have guaranteed health care here in the United States. We don't have free college. Almost every other Western country has that. The USA is the most libertarian country in the Western world in terms of economics, right? We have the most free market system. So according to their logic, we should just be the best, right? Our life expectancy should be way bigger than Norway. Our life expectancy and standard of living should be way bigger than Britain or France or Germany or Australia. We should be the best, because clearly if you just privatize everything, right, if everything's run for profit, if you get the government out, it's going to work. Well, obviously that ain't the case. Now, is it? We tend to have higher rates of infant mortality, higher suicide rates, higher rates of incarceration, higher rates of drug addiction, we have lower life expectancy. This free market stuff, if free markets was the answer to everything, the USA would be the best country in the Western world. Of all the Western countries, the USA would be soaring ahead. And we clearly are not. Right. And this is a really common libertarian fallacy. You know who was classic at putting this stuff out was John Stossel. John Stossel. He was always putting out this, he did a whole series. Is the USA number one? And he did this for NBC, and it was all edgy, right? Like, oh, is America really number one? Or maybe America's got problems, but it was always taking some problem that US society has, like our poor performing schools, or like our, the war on drugs, whatever. And always saying that the answer was privatize everything. And throughout the series, he would then compare us to countries where the government is way more heavily involved in the economy. And he would not mention that, right? And it's like, you think American education is, I remember he had a piece where he's talking about how bad American education is. And then he interviews people in France and talks about how much better France's education system is. And then based on that says we should completely privatize the American education system. You think there's private, you think the government isn't involved in education in France? Give me a break. Give me a break. Right. And it's or a classic libertarian trope is that they say, well, the Asian tiger countries are capitalist, right? China under Mao was communist, everybody starved. Soviet Union under Stalin was communist, everybody starved. But South Korea is free market. Taiwan, free market, right? Singapore, free market. Are you fucking kidding me? They'll say Hong Kong, free market. Do you know what the rate of state ownership is? Do you know how much government oversight, like in Taiwan, the military ran factories. South Korea under Park Chung-hee, there were state monopolies on corporations. The Asian tiger countries had way more government regulation and government planning than the United States did. They weren't socialist. It was military Bonapartist regimes. But, and it is absolutely ridiculous to hear them make this claim. And they're just like, oh, well, all these countries that are not communist, they had free market policies. They did so well. Hong Kong. You think Hong Kong, when it was a British protectorate, you think that was a free market way of doing things? It was a heavily state-run economy. Taiwan under the leadership of Chiang Kai-shek and then his son, heavy state involvement. Park Chung-hee and the military. Even now in South Korea, the government is very heavily involved in the economy, appoints the head of corporations and fires them and all of that. So yeah, they're not communist, but they are not an example of deregulation and neoliberalism by any means, right? And I see this, they just play on people's ignorance, right? They just play on people's ignorance. People don't know that. People know China's communist. People know that, the island of Taiwan isn't. They know that, South Korea isn't. They know that until recently, Hong Kong wasn't. They know that Singapore isn't. And so they go, oh, that must prove the free market is better. You think those countries are free market? Really? You think those countries are free market? You think Singapore, where there's basically, 4 families run everything, and the government, the amount of government regulation in Singapore, the amount of state control over the economy in Singapore is massive, is utterly massive. Utterly massive. Good question, Dustin. I will definitely talk about that. It's utterly massive. And so that I just find to be absolutely infuriating, right? And this is a really common, libertarian thing, is that, all these countries where the government is heavily involved in the economy are capitalist, right? And that's, it's, and that's the thing, is that the goalpost constantly changes with libertarians. I've noticed this. Sometimes real capitalism has never been accomplished anywhere. And if that's the case, they have no right to claim any successes, right? Sometimes, if they're talking about America, right? If they're talking about America as being a successful, wealthy country, then it's capitalism's fault. But if you ever bring up any of America's problems, oh no, it's not real capitalism, right? You know, I mean, there's many examples of this. Oh, you know, capitalism has never been tried anywhere. Oh, actually, here's a great example of some capitalist country that did something well. And so, I mean, and they go back and forth on this. Sometimes capitalism's never been achieved. Sometimes the West is great because it's capitalist. Sometimes the West is declining because now we're socialist. Their definition of socialism and capitalism changes in every conversation. And it's absolutely infuriating. And you know what? Another thing that libertarians do that drive me crazy in every debate I have with libertarians, I will see them when I'm not in the room. And I love this. This shows you what liars they can be. When I'm not in the room, libertarians always say communism just failed everywhere and killed millions of gajillion people. But whenever I'm in the room, they don't say that. And then I refute that. And they say, well, we never said that, because they know I have facts and I can debunk it, right? Dave Smith pulled this crap with me, right? You watch any of Dave Smith's material, he's constantly saying communism never worked anywhere. He rolls out every standard anti-communist lie. And when he's debating me, he's like, why are you accusing me of saying that? I never said that. Yes, you did. And you would be saying it right now if I wasn't here, because I have facts and I can refute it. And you know that there are facts to debunk it, but you're pandering to people's anti-communist tropes. And as long as I'm not in the room, as long as the socialist you're debating is Ben Burgess, who goes, that wasn't real socialism, as long as there's some weak-ass socialist, you can roll out all those lies. Only when I'm there do they suddenly, oh, we don't make that argument, Caleb. It's annoying. They're scum. They're really, really annoying, some of them. All right. Some of them are a little more honest. We can just talk about our differences. I had a great conversation with Angela McCurdle, the chair of the Libertarian Party. I have a lot of respect for her. She's a genuine person, but some of them are just absolutely weasels, and it's infuriating. Argentina. Look, that guy, you know, I really, you know, I understand that libertarians are really excited because he is the first libertarian head of state. But to me, he just looks like a new rightist. He just looks like a new rightist to me, right? He's got a crazy hairdo. He hates China. He's going to bring the dollar in to Argentina. You know, he hates the BRICS. He loves Israel. He's going to convert to Judaism. He waves Israeli flag around. This guy looks just he's like Boris Johnson, Donald Trump. Who is Bolsonaro? I mean, he doesn't really look like some kind of, you know, libertarian. He's an economics professor who promotes neoliberal Milton Friedman economics, which is, again, very easily debunked, right? Very, very easily debunked. You know, you know, I just, you know, I mean, it's like, you know, the libertarians want to claim him. They want to say, look, we got someone elected president of the United States. It's like, or a president of a country. They got a head of state in there. It's like, okay, you say that, you know, you say that, you do that. Right. But yeah, I mean, he looks to me like just another Bolsonaro. That's what he looks like to me. Just another Bolsonaro. That's what he looks like to me. And I expect he will govern just like Bolsonaro did. There'll be cutbacks, but already, you know, and, you know, already the state sector of the economy is out there in the streets protesting against him. And, you know, in a way, you know, I mean, you know, there needs to be a real anti-imperialist left in Latin America, which you have in Venezuela, you have in Nicaragua, you have in Cuba. But then there's this new, like, fake, you know, there's this new fake, this fake left in Latin America. Petro, right? In Colombia, he's not anti-imperialist. The guy in Bolivia, no. Right. You know, I mean, it's like there's this whole like Chile, and it's like that. There's this, they've got a layer now of synthetic left people in Latin America. And I've explained on many streams why that is. And maybe we can get into that later. But, you know, it's about the fact that the right wing of Latin America is just outnumbered at this point. Right. The indigenous people are voting, and et cetera. And, you know, so, I mean, there is a fake left now. And so this guy, Milei, will get the fake left all riled up, right? And you'll have to vote for the fake left because Milei is just so bad. He's going to privatize everything. And Milei, I mean, you know, and Milei will govern like a conservative. And when his policies don't lead to economic success, the response will be, well, it wasn't real capitalism, right? You know, he wasn't able to implement real capitalism. It's not real capitalism unless you privatize things. Got a couple more here about Argentina. The new president of Argentina is World Economic Forum and Mossad. Well, yeah, I mean, he's super pro-Israel. He's even talking about converting to Judaism. And on top of that, you know, he believes in austerity. I mean, he believes in cutting. He's going to bring the dollar in. He's anti-BRICS. Like, I mean, you know, I mean, libertarians generally tend to be opposed to the World Bank and the World Economic Forum and the IMF. Not this guy. He loves them. He's a Friedmanite, right? There you go. Milei is a puppet of the former President Macri. Makes sense. Him being in power means Macri is back in power. And Macri wrecked Argentina's economy, right? So there you go. And they used lawfare against the Kirchner family, right? And also, right, Argentina, right? I mean, if you listen to this guy, he says Argentina has been socialist until now. Really? So every time I heard conservatives hail Argentina as a great example of capitalism, they were lying. It was socialist until now, right? Again, they move the goalpost constantly, right? The only thing they're consistent about is socialism bad. But there you go. How does Apostle Paul's writings work since Piop? I don't know what you're getting at, right? I do not know what you're getting at. I really don't know what you're getting at. I mean, the Apostle Paul, he wrote, you know, the epistles in the Bible. He wrote, you know, the New Testament of the Bible. You got the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Those are the accounts of Jesus's life. You have the book of Acts, which is, you know, the foundation of the church and how the church was founded. The Acts of the Apostles, it's called. Then after that, you have the epistles, which are all of Paul's letters. They're like little manifestos that Paul wrote, and they're addressed to cities. Ephesians, and people, you know, Ephesians, Galatians, Romans, right? Different cities. He's writing letters to the church in different cities. And then it's addressed to people, Timothy, right? And you know, whatever, right? You have the letters, and they're very good and they're very short. The letters, the epistles, I actually enjoy reading them. I know there are many people, and I've had this conversation with some people that argue that Paul was a distorter of Christianity. Right, that Paul, because he was a Roman citizen and he had originally been persecuting Christians, he was a Jewish guy who had attained Roman citizenship, and he was going around persecuting Christians. And then he was on the road to Damascus. Right, the story goes he was on the road to Damascus, and he had a vision, and Jesus appeared to him and said, "Why are you persecuting me?" And he converted to Christianity, and then he became the leader of Christianity. But not all the Christians accepted him. And that some of the actual apostles who lived with Jesus, I guess there's a couple places in the New Testament where he brags about kind of putting them in their place, which doesn't exactly line up. They should be above him, right? If Jesus is the head of Christianity and the 12 disciples are beneath him, why is this guy Paul, who converted pretty late in the game after persecuting a bunch of Christians, why is he putting some of the disciples in their place? And there's a lot of people who have questions about it. That Paul is responsible for Roman Christianity. Right? Christianity was this religion started by Jesus Christ, right? There were the 12 disciples who followed Jesus Christ, continued the religion after his resurrection and ascension into heaven. But then after that, right, you had many people around the world who practiced it. Paul is responsible for Christianity in the city of Rome, and Christianity centered around Rome, right? I think that's the Apostle Paul. He was the guy who kind of became the biggest proliferator of Christianity and the biggest. He was the guy who spread it in the city of Rome and within the Roman Empire. One of the big things in Paul, and this is kind of amusing, right, is that one of the big themes that shows up throughout the epistles is that Paul is constantly talking about how you can get a spiritual circumcision, right? And that Paul is saying that Jesus' message is for all mankind, not just for Jews, because there were many early Christians who maintained that Christianity was a form of Judaism. You had to be a Jew in order to be a Christian. In order to follow Jesus, Jesus was a Jew. Jesus apparently was an Essene Jew. He practiced a form of Judaism called Essenism, and that they maintained in order to be a true Christian, you have to be a Jew. And, in order to convert to Judaism, if you're a man, you have to get circumcised. And getting circumcised is not a pleasant thing, especially in the time before anesthetic, etc. And it was a really difficult thing to get people to convert to Christianity if they weren't Jewish, because they had to get circumcised. And so Paul in the epistles writes a lot about how you can get spiritually circumcised. And he emphasizes that you know, at the Great Commission, before his ascension into heaven, Jesus said, make disciples of all nations. And that Paul is kind of, even though Paul himself was Jewish, he's responsible for basically saying Christianity is not Judaism, it's a new religion. And that is a really big part of Paul's teaching. And look, there are some people, you know, people who call themselves Gnostic Christians and others who really reject Paul. Muslims in particular. A lot of Muslims maintain that Jesus was a prophet. He was not the Son of God. And that Paul is responsible for Christianity as such. The notion that Jesus is the Son of God, not just a prophet. The notion that you know, that Christianity is a separate religion from Judaism, etc. That is the creation of Paul. Now, I don't know enough. I'll just be honest with you. I'm not a biblical scholar. I don't know enough about the Apostle Paul and how much was, I mean, it's very clear that, you know, the epistles, which are, you know, the bulk of the New Testament of the Bible, after the Gospels, after the book of Acts, you got a whole bunch of letters by Paul. And those letters by Paul are very, very much, you know, they're very, very much, you know, Paul, you know, explaining the tenets of the faith, right? And, you know, faith not works. You know, oh, okay, I got a super chat from Hempcar. You're on the list, Hempcar. Don't worry, I'll get to you. You're on the list. That a lot of the themes of Christianity, faith not works, right? The idea that none of us are good enough to go to heaven, that all of us are sinners, and that only through faith in Jesus Christ can you get to heaven, because none of us are good enough to get into heaven. All of us are sinners. All of us are flawed, right? That's Paul. That's in the letters of the apostle, in the epistles over and over again. The notion of being born again. I mean, Jesus talked about that in his conversation with Nicodemus, you know, and it was actually a play on words, because in Greek, the word born again and the word born from above, it's like a play on words. It's a pun. Well, the thing is, Jesus didn't speak Greek, right? So clearly that is a bit of wisdom that somebody thought of along the way, because Jesus could never have spoken Greek. He would have spoken Aramaic. But we know the Gospels were written in Greek, right? You know, the Gospels were written down in Greek. So, you know, that's a play on words. It's clearly not what Jesus actually said, because he wouldn't have spoken Greek, and in Aramaic, the pun doesn't work, right? So, you know, a lot of the Gospels are, you know, are secondhand, right? It was written a generation afterwards, right? It was, you know, and that there's a lot of things in them that are, you know, and there's elements, people have pointed out that there are things that were said by like Roman philosophers like Seneca. You know, there's a lot of like Roman stoicism mixed into the Gospels, you know, and that there are things that Jesus says that contradict other things that he says. At one point, he's saying, I come not to bring peace, but a sword. And he's like calling for the overthrow. He's like, you know, he's basically saying he's going to overthrow the government. He's going to lead like an armed uprising. And then in other parts, he's saying, well, render unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. You know, he's blatantly contradicting himself. Sometimes he sounds like a complete pacifist. Other times he sounds like a complete revolutionary. You know, so yeah, I mean, you know, I mean that there are contradictory aspects, and I am not one of the people who believes the Bible is literally the Word of God, right? Because if it was, then who's John? Then who's Mark? Then who's Jacob? Then who's Jeremiah? Who? I mean, you know, clearly there were literal authors of the Bible. There were people who wrote that. Now, whether it was literally the guy who it was named after or not, you know, I don't think the Bible is literally the Word of God. I think it is the central document of the Christian religion, and I study it as such. And I think it's really important to study and to learn from and to take from. But I don't consider it to be, you know, exactly accurate, and I don't consider it to be verbatim. You could say that it represents a movement that was inspired by God, but is it verbatim, like literally the Word of God? I don't think so. That's my opinion. Now, I know there's probably many other Christians, especially fundamentalists, they call them, who would strongly disagree with me. My good friend Gavin, he would get really fired up, and he would probably want to argue with me for an hour about why the Bible is the Word of God. You know, but, you know, the way I see it, the Apostle Paul was a very pivotal figure in the early years of the Christian church. And he is responsible for the form of Christianity that spread and proliferated throughout the Roman Empire, right? There were other forms of Christianity. I mean, I talked about that earlier, but I'll talk about it again. There are other forms of Christianity that existed beforehand and were persecuted, and he's not, the only one. I think that Christianity continued changing after his death. No question about it. He's not purely responsible for everything. He never, I don't think the Apostle Paul ever talked about popes. There's all this stuff written to claim that Peter was the first pope. But I mean, when you read the Apostle Paul, he's not saying, and we shall set up a Vatican in Rome. And he's not saying that, right? I mean, Christianity Christianity has been around for so long, it has evolved, etc. But Paul is a pivotal figure in the history of the Christian religion. And there are many people who think he is a distorter of Jesus's teachings to some degree or other. The other thing is that the Apostle Paul, he was speaking as an organizer, right? He's leading a mass movement, and that what he's writing about, a lot of the things he writes are addressing organizational problems, rivalries within organizations, the attitude people should have within the church, how the church should function. He's addressing real controversies that happened at the time. All these letters that are written, Ephesians, Galatians, Corinthians, right? They're sent to, the book of Corinthians. That's a letter to people in Corinth, right? In the city of Corinth. And it's intended to address some real shit that was going on in the city of Corinth, right? Galatians, that's a letter to people in Galatia. And it's intended to address people in Galatia and some real disagreements and controversies that were happening at the time. And that's important when you read it, because it's not written in that sense, right? It's written as if it's like a proclamation for all time. And that is interesting. There's a tradition like that, right? That, like the Nation of Islam, if a Nation of Islam minister is speaking is going to, speak about Barack Obama, he's going to begin the speech with, assalamu alaikum, in the name of God, Allah, the creator of all, and the way, that's a tradition of religious oratory it's a good thing. And, is that you give the whole package, right? No matter what you're talking about, you always give the whole package. And if you read the epistles, again, this is a letter that the Apostle Paul is writing to the Galatians or the Ephesians or whatever, but he's given them the whole package. It starts out with Jesus Christ is our Savior who died for us. And he starts out just giving them the whole package, right? And that's actually a very good thing to do. And that's actually very similar to the Marxist political training I got from Sam Marcy. Sam Marcy said that if you're giving a communist speech, you should always assume your audience knows nothing. And you should explain the basics of communism. If you're a communist and you're asked to give a speech about Barack Obama, you should explain what capitalism is. You should explain what the capitalist state is. And then from there, you can explain Obama. But you have to assume your audience isn't already a communist, right? And that's what Apostle Paul is doing. He starts out his letters. They look like standalone pieces because he starts them out just making blatant proclamations about God, the creator, about Jesus, about etc. And then he gets to the meat, which is the controversy. And they're all intended to address controversies within the church. They're polemics, basically, right? This is like the Marxist tradition of the polemic, but it's the epistles, right? These are polemics. There's people in the church in some area that are fighting about something. So the leader of the church at the time, Paul, writes a manifesto to them. And that's what a manifesto is. A manifesto is a letter, right? But manifesto is just an Italian word for like an open letter or a public letter, right? So that's what the epistles are, is they're just little manifestos. They're like little manifestos that are sent, to cities. And you have to view them in that context and understand that, that, again, the other thing is that most people at the time can't read or write, right? And that, most people can't read or write. So this is being read to a group of people. And the people in the room that are getting it read to them are of different backgrounds. Some of them are just newly converted. Some of them had Christian parents. And so, there's a room of probably hundreds of people, and there's a guy with one scroll. There's no printing press back then, right? There's no printing press back in these ages. So there's one scroll that one person wrote, and someone's reading this document, this message from the Apostle Paul, right? So that's important to keep in mind as well. So, all right. Anyway, okay. Happy Thanksgiving, Caleb. Would you please elaborate upon Chinese local municipal debt crisis, which neoliberal economists are so freaked out about? Well, this is what I'll tell you. I have been hearing my entire goddamn life that China is about to fall. China is about to collapse. Oh no, no country can grow this long. It just can't happen. China is going to have a big market collapse. And it never happens because China is not a capitalist country. It's got a socialist, centrally planned economy. And, you know, if the capitalist sector, you know, is going to lay a bunch of people off and fire them, if it's going to go under, the government just says, nope, you can't do that. And the state has the ability to just kind of, you know, prevent market turbulence. 2015 was really important. I wrote an article, The Collapse That Never Happened. This is one of the best articles I wrote, and I refer to it a lot. I wrote it for RT.com. It was before I worked at RT. I just wrote it for the website. I was writing for the website, you know, and I wrote this article about how China's stock market plummeted. You know, it plummeted in 2015, and then the Chinese government just stepped in and fixed it. And within a week, it was bouncing right back. And that is why China is a socialist country. That is why China is socialist. And here, I'll link it in the chat. It's one of the best articles I wrote, The Collapse That Never Happened. It's included in my my Capitalism Must Be Destroyed you know book, which is all of the stuff I wrote, like my earlier writings. But, you know, this really gets to the essence of socialism. If you have a centrally planned economy, if profits are not in command, if the stock market tanks, instead of everyone losing their jobs, the Chinese government just says, nope, we're in charge, not the market. And that's what happened, right? And, you know, if the U.S. stock market were to crash the same way the Chinese stock market crashed in 2015, there would be riots in the streets, food would stop being delivered, electricity would go off, like the whole country would like burst into flames. But in China, their stock market went down, and most of the population is completely insulated from the stock market anyway. And then the Chinese government stepped in and outlawed short selling and froze all sales of stocks in state-run industries, and boop, and then the economy was right back up, right? And that right there, right? That right there shows you why. And so I've been hearing this, right? Is there debt? I'm sure that there are Chinese municipalities that have, you know, have run up debts, but, you know, this is one of the things when you talk about municipal debt and local debt, okay? And this is one thing that should just drive you crazy. And this is something that communists know about that other people just can't acknowledge. It just is like too much for them to comprehend, right? So our government, federal, state, local, borrows money from banks, okay? When people say, well, our taxes go to pay for schools, our taxes go to pay for the military, no. Your taxes go to pay back bankers. The government borrowed from banks to pay for everything. And when you pay money, you're basically just giving money to the banks. You're making payments on public debt to the banks. And here's the thing, right? The government could at any point freeze those payments. Did you know that? At any point, the government could say to the banks, you know what? You have to wait. Think about it. All these times we told we don't have enough money for this, we don't have enough money for that. The government could at any point tell the bankers, not this year, guys, we'll get you next year. Anytime they could do that. They could freeze bank payments. Are they going to do that? No. And why won't they do that? They say, well, then the banks might not loan us money again. Banks are going to keep lending to the government because it's guaranteed. Lending money to the government is guaranteed. You get paid back, right? You invest on the stock market, the stock might go down, but lending money to the government is a guarantee. So yeah, they are going to keep lending the money, right? Freeze bank payments, right? If there's an economic crisis or something, you just freeze bank payments for a year, right? And all of a sudden you'd have money for everything. And then they say, well, the banks, they might charge more interest on the money. They're going to how much money do we owe at this point? Have you seen the debt clock in Times Square? Oh shit. Now we're going to owe more. It's like when we owe that much money, it's not going to make a difference. Right. And that's That's, oh, well, if we don't pay back the banks, our credit rating is going to, so what? We already owe so much, right? We owe trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. I mean, that whole situation is our government is basically just a way for bankers to make money. Okay. In China, that is not the case, right? And you talk about municipal debt. So there's local areas in China, cities, provinces that have borrowed from banks. Okay. You do realize this is China. So at any point, the government in China could freeze payments back to banks. And they actually do that all the time. And in fact, the Chinese government executes billionaires. The Chinese government could at any point say to, some municipality, they're low on money or whatever, and they borrowed from a bank, they owe payments. The Chinese Communist Party could tell the municipality, just tell them, no, just freeze the payments. Right? And they would do that, right? That's how China works. In China, the capitalists are not in command. The state, the Communist Party that comes out of a popular revolution that has 90 million members, is in command. And it frequently tells capitalists no. Frequently, right? There was a scandal I wrote about in China with there was a food manufacturer, and they were serving rotten meat to the public. And so what did the Chinese government do? It dragged the CEO of the company out in handcuffs out of his office. Would that ever happen here? Right? If KFC was serving rotten meat, some people got sick, do you think they would ever drag the owners, the CEOs out of their offices? No, never happened. Right? But in China, they did that, right? China is not a capitalist country. There is a lot of market activity. There's a big private sector in China. That private sector is under the boot of the Chinese Communist Party, and that boot serves the people, and profits are not in command. So that is my answer to that question. And thank you. No, I have not, and I have no interest in that individual, right? That individual, guard your swing set. That's all I'll say. I don't like to talk about people on these streams. For a while, I was on a kick making response videos and stuff, but, I don't know. I thought that would increase my views and stuff. And, the Jordan Peterson response video I did was okay. And, but honestly, I'm tired of it. I'm really tired of it. Internet communists are not worth my time. And, that individual you mentioned, I have no interest in what he would say about that topic. And he's constantly, he wants me to engage him. He's made content about me, trying to get me to engage him. It's not worth my time. I got better shit to do. Thoughts on the DPRK successfully launching a satellite? That's great. That's absolutely tremendous, and the fact that a country in the circumstances that North Korea is in is able to launch a satellite into orbit. That is a big achievement. That is a big achievement. That is a big achievement. And DPRK is a force to be reckoned with. And I am very excited about the fact that they will eventually be joining the world economy. It's only a matter of time before they're back in the world economy, where they give up their nuclear weapons, and it's bonanza time in North Korea. They've got a very educated population. They're very good at making computers and making all kinds of things in North Korea, not just weapons. So yeah, I saw that and I was just like, that's awesome. That is awesome. There you go. All right. Great. A lot of super chats here, and I appreciate them. Why don't I do the Rockfin tip from Hempcar? All right, we'll do that. Hempcar sent a Rockfin tip in. He said, I think D now said China is displacing people in Nicaragua. I don't know who D is. With the canal. I heard the Sandinistas suppressed Mosquito indigenous tribes. Since I deliver mail, I see these Freemason newsletters. I see Iran kicked them out in 1979. Yeah, look, there are a number of indigenous folks who work for the CIA, right? Indigenous groups that are in with the CIA. And that, whenever any socialist government in South or Central America tries to do anything, they oppose it. Whenever Evo Morales built a road in Bolivia, they would find some indigenous group and bring them to the United Nations to condemn, our tribal land. The bulk of the people in Nicaragua have some indigenous heritage, right? And they like schools, they like hospitals, they like jobs, they like the idea of a big canal bringing Chinese investment in there. There are some small fringe native groups that oppose technology, right? This would be like, for example, right? I've used this analogy before, but imagine that they were going to build a highway in Pennsylvania, And most people in Pennsylvania wanted it, right? Because they want the highway. But they found an Amish guy who doesn't believe in cars, right? And he represents a group that's been living in Pennsylvania for hundreds of years, and it is just against their spiritual way to drive cars. And they get an Amishman, and he gets on there and he's like, you know, my name is Rudolph Hassenbacher, and we in Pennsylvania don't believe in roads. That's just not the Pennsylvania way. We Pennsylvanians, we don't believe in roads. We don't believe in these things, and they're forcing their way upon us. It's a shame. Does that guy represent Pennsylvania? No. Well, but he's from a group that has lived in that region for hundreds of years, and they're beautiful way. No, he represents Amish people. Most indigenous people have electricity in their homes. Most indigenous people have running water. Okay. Most indigenous people live in modern housing. Okay. And when they find like sects of very extreme religious folks within the indigenous communities anywhere that are against technology, and then they roll them out to oppose a construction project, that is one of the oldest pro-imperialist tropes I've ever seen. And it's disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting, right? You know, indigenous people have the right to practice their religion. They have the right to control their own territory. They have the right to reparations. And the Sandinista government in Nicaragua has done that. If you go into territory controlled by indigenous people in Nicaragua, you have to get a special passport. They have like customs practically. You have to get permission from the tribe to go into the area. They have granted a huge amount of autonomy and self-determination. A huge amount of autonomy and self-determination to indigenous people. You know, they have really worked hard, but there are some indigenous folks that are completely against all technology or are just shills of the Western imperialists that believe that the USA is their friend and hate communism, that happened. Right. And, I understand in the 80s, there were ways in which the Mosquito folks were treated during the Civil War that were wrong. There were atrocities committed against the people on the Mosquito Coast, during the 1980s Civil War. But nowadays, if you look at the government of Nicaragua, the way they run things, they have bent over backwards to, allow autonomy and control of areas and stuff. And so when they roll out an indigenous person who's against technology or is against, and they do this all over Latin America, they find indigenous people who are anti-growth, basically, who are primitivists, and they use them against socialist countries building anything. And you know what the real reason they're doing this is? It's about two things. Number one, right? They want these countries to stay poor, right? And when countries build themselves up out of poverty and start electrifying and industrializing, they're not poor anymore, and they're competitors with Wall Street. They don't want that. Two, they know that if socialist countries build things, that makes them popular, right? If living standards go up in Nicaragua, if people in Nicaragua get running water and electricity, if they get better jobs and all that, they're going to vote for the socialist government. So they do everything they can to try and stop socialist governments from building shit, right? It's part of their overall imperialist degrowth agenda. And I've written about this. I've written essays about this because it's really important, because a lot of leftists, right? Marxism, the economics of anti-imperialism, is that imperialism holds back development. Okay? Imperialism holds back development. Imperialism is keeping the world poor so that Wall Street and London can stay rich. Imperialism is preventing countries from building their own industries, from developing their own resources, from raising their people up out of poverty. That's what imperialism is. It's not Dances with Wolves. It's not Avatar. Okay? And that a lot of leftists have this fantasy. Say hi to Metches. Hi. A lot of leftists have this Dances with Wolves fantasy, right? That the white people are all modern and materialistic, but there are these beautiful, idyllic people who live in the woods who don't have technology, and they're beautiful and pure. And I'm going to be the good white person who sides with them and breaks with my society. I've never fit in America. I've never fit in among the white people, but I am going to go become one of these beautiful, idyllic people without technology. That is a weird white savior fantasy that is in a lot of movies. It's in Avatar. It's in Dances with Wolves. and it has nothing to do with anti-imperialism. Absolutely nothing to do with anti-imperialism, right? It's the noble savages cliche. That's a good way of putting it. You know, and it's not the case, right? You know, generally people that are of indigenous heritage want electricity, they want good paying jobs, they want education. Yeah, they want their culture to be respected. They don't want to have Christianity forced on them. They want to be able to practice their traditional faith in a lot of cases. However, there's a lot of indigenous people that are Christians, right? I mean, but there are many Native Americans that still practice their indigenous faith, and they don't want white people's religion shoved on them. Okay, that's fine. They want people to respect their traditions and their culture, and they want to preserve their languages, things like that. Cool. But the idea that indigenous people are opposed to economic development, that's not true. There are a few fringe elements that are. And I got to tell you, even among like American Native, I mean, this is where the land back thing, again, what does land back mean? What does it mean? Right? I'm for indigenous people having control of their own territory. I'm for them having reparations for what's done to them in order to help them be independent. If they want to separate from the American government, I would support their right to do so. So in that sense, I'm for land back. However, I'm not for the privatization of public land paid for by George Soros. I'm not for ripping off indigenous people and having American real estate companies buy their land through some loophole. I'm not for that. I'm not for all white people leaving North America. That's not realistic, right? So tell me what land back is, and I'll tell you whether I agree with it or not, right? That's simple. I am for the right of self-determination to all oppressed groups, all colonized people within U.S. borders. If black people would like to separate from the United States, which right now they don't, right? The bulk of black people in America are not black nationalists and do not want to separate. If they did become that, I would support that. But it's not my job as a white dude to go around to black people and say, you're a separate nation. That sounds like segregation. So I can't be doing that. But if black people as a group wanted to have a separate black republic in the South, if they wanted to form a black belt, republic, Republic of New Africa or whatever, I would support their right to do so. The same for the Chicano people of the old Southwest, the same for indigenous people. I support their right to separate. But folks, just because somebody's indigenous doesn't mean they're a leftist, doesn't mean they're woke, right? I've been to Native American reservations. When I was in high school, I spent a couple weeks volunteering in a Native American reservation when I was in high school. And I saw a lot of support our troops signs. I saw a lot of evangelical Christian stuff. The Native American folks, some of them serve in the U.S. military. Some of them vote Republican. Some of them are evangelical Christians who are very opposed to abortion and very opposed to gay marriage. Now there are some indigenous folks that are, practice indigenous religions. There are some indigenous folks that reject Christianity, that would never serve in the U.S. military because that's the military that slaughtered them, etc. And those folks exist too. And they are, I've heard people say it's about 50-50. It might be 60-40. It might be 70-30. I don't know. But, and this is a really common thing I see is woke people project their social liberalism onto all non-white people. And that is just not accurate. There's plenty of non-white people who are against abortion. There's plenty of non-white people that are against gay marriage. There's plenty of non-white people who serve in the U.S. military. Look at the U.S. military. There are a lot of poor, low-income white people in it. There's a lot of African-American people in it. There's a lot of Latinos there's Arab Americans in the military. There's Asian Americans, the idea that, and I see this with woke people all the time, is they try to project their wokeness onto all non-white people. It's ridiculous. I want an apology. I want an apology from everyone who tried to cancel me for saying I would work with people who are against abortion and gay marriage, because every person who is going to a Palestine rally right now agrees with me. I've been going to these Palestine rallies, right? These Palestine rallies, it's a lot of mosques are turning out their members, a lot of Muslim, deeply religious Arab Americans. Do you think those people are in favor of gay marriage? Do you think those people are in favor of abortion? I don't think so. So by marching with them, all you're doing is you're saying I was right. And I will bet good money that all kinds of people who canceled me for saying I would work with people that are against gay marriage, I would work with people who are against abortion, are right now marching in Palestine rallies with loads of Arab Americans who are against abortion and against gay marriage. You know, and it's like, but you know, they all just decided to dog pile onto Caleb because, you know, Caleb's the guy to cancel this week. And that's why I hate the internet, right? People don't even think about what they're saying, right? And I listed, in response to my tweet that I was getting canceled for, I listed so many examples of people that are against gay marriage, people that are against abortion, that progressive people generally work with. Catholics who are against the death penalty, you know, Puerto Rican Americans who are against abortion, the Nation of Islam and the black community. I mean, it's like there are many, many progressive people that oppose gay marriage and oppose abortion. But Twitter just couldn't comprehend. I was a bad person for saying I wanted to work with such people. And, you know, it was like, you know, I was being attacked, and I was, you know, the Humanist Report was going after me. All kinds of people were, oh my God, how dare he? And it's funny because I've done a lot more controversial shit in my life. I support Gaddafi. I published a volume of Gaddafi's Green Book. You'd think they'd cancel me for that, but they're canceling me for saying I would work with people who are against abortion and against gay marriage. That was the biggest cancel I've ever gotten. That had 1,000 retweets. More than 1,000. It was like 9,000 or something. The whole internet lined up to tell me how bad I was for something that is very defensible. And I've made many videos. And I've made many statements about, I have no regrets about saying that, and now these very people, I bet you there are loads of people who canceled me for saying that, who are right now marching for Palestine in crowds that are against gay marriage and against abortion. There you go. Frustrating, isn't it? Isn't it frustrating? And do they apologize to me? Do they apologize? They saw the internet mobs going after me and they decided to dogpile onto me, and now they're doing exactly what I said I would do. Of course. Do they apologize? No. Right? And that's why I out of the movement to the masses. I can't stand the left, right? The woke people, they are mean, nasty people, and they love to target whoever they're told to target. They don't realize that social media is rigged. So there you go. They're more worried about fighting Donald Trump than they are fighting the imperialists. And then based on that, they just attack people. They viciously target anybody. And it's run by rich people. All these BreadTube people are all very wealthy. They're rich kids, and they get picked because they have the most money. They get to be the leaders. But anyway, I'm getting into a bitter place, and I don't want to be in a bitter place. So let's get into a happier place. Let's get into a happier place. Dustin Schlesinger, could you give me some methods and facts to disprove the Jews control everything conspiracy? Okay, yeah, look, this conspiracy, this idea that it's all a secret Jewish conspiracy, right? The people who put this stuff out there, they say false things all the time. Especially when they're talking about communism, right? They start saying stuff about communism that is just not accurate, right? First of all, there's a Winston Churchill article that was published. Winston Churchill wrote an article. It was like Zionism versus Bolshevism, the struggle for the Jewish soul, the soul of Jewish people, something like that. Well, if you read that article, it says what was true, which is that among Jews, there were many who were Marxists and there were many who were Zionists. And the two were incompatible with each other. And Zionists and Marxists fought against each other. And the Zionists considered the Marxists to be their greatest enemy. So people will point to that article and be like, see, Zionism and Bolshevism are all part of a Jewish conspiracy. It's like, no, that article very clearly says that among the Jewish people of the world, there are two trends, Zionism and Marxism, and they fucking hate each other. Right. And if you look at the history of Zionism, right, and this is important, Dustin, because people who give you this narrative, they just gloss over how anti-communist Theodore Herzl was, how anti-communist the World Zionist Organization was, and how anti-Zionist the communists were. Right. If you read Stalin on the National Question, on the very first page of the official Bolshevik book on the national question, it says Zionism is a reactionary trend of the Jewish bourgeoisie, right? You know, the Soviet Union were the biggest supporters of the Palestinian resistance. You know, it was communists like, you know, like Gaddafi, communists like the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. You know, the Palestinian resistance for many years was dominated by communists, right? They were constantly accusing the Soviet Union of being anti-Semitic. The JDL, the Jewish Defense League, attacked and I think murdered some Soviet diplomats. So how in the world is communism just a big part of their narrative is, the anti-Semitic narrative is that Zionism, the pro-Israel movement, and communism are all just part of the same secret evil Jewish cabal, right? That's their narrative. And it's so obviously bullshit, right? The more you dig into it. Jacob Schiff is a big part of it. There's a guy named Jacob Schiff who was a wealthy Wall Street banker in New York City, who was a Zionist, right? He was a funder of the World Zionist Organization. He never actually joined because it was a very disciplined organization and he didn't want to live by their discipline. But Jacob Schiff, he was a wealthy capitalist. He bankrolled Japan and he hated Russia because Russia, you know, was persecuting Jews because of the pogroms, right? And so he was very anti-Russian. And he funded something called the Russian Freedom Group, which was a group in Russia that was against the Tsar, etc. That Russian Freedom Group had nothing to do with the Bolsheviks. Let me emphasize this. The Russian Freedom Group had nothing to do with the Bolsheviks. But people will say, see, Jacob Schiff bankrolled the Russian Revolution. No, he didn't. The Bolsheviks and the Russian Freedom Group were completely different organizations, right? You know, I mean, a lot of people didn't like the Tsar. When the Tsar was toppled in February of 1917, many of the wealthiest people in Russia wanted him out because they thought he was losing the war. They saw him as incompetent. Okay? So, you know, that just because Jacob Schiff funded a group that was against the Tsar does not mean Jacob Schiff is responsible. And then they'll say, well, Jacob Schiff sent, you know, Trotsky was living in New York City at the time of the Russian Revolution. No shit, Sherlock. Yeah, he'd lived in Berlin before. He'd lived in Paris before. And he lived in New York City. And Trotsky was this well-known writer. He had a newspaper called Novy Mir. I'm butchering it. I don't speak Russian. Like New World, New Peace, something like that. He had a newspaper for Russian speakers in New York City. He had a bad reputation because he wouldn't tip in the restaurants, you know, and Trotsky was just this well-known, you know, this well-known socialist writer, speaker guy who lived in New York City at the time. He'd lived in many other cities. He'd been kicked out of Russia and he went home, right? And they try to claim, well, Jacob Schiff sent Trotsky. What evidence do they have of that? You know, they have no evidence of that, right? You know, well, he was in New York City and, you know, Bukharin was also in New York City. Right. You know, Lenin was in Switzerland, you know, I mean, there's a lot of, you know, and the Bolsheviks the Bolsheviks did receive a lot of support from the German government, and that's admitted, right? It was a German secret police guy named Alexander Parvus who arranged for Lenin to go back to go back to Russia in April of 1917. So is the Russian Revolution a big German conspiracy? Right. Well, you know, you might as well say it was a German conspiracy, right? I mean, they actually funded the Bolsheviks. The Germans actually gave money to the Bolsheviks, right? Whereas Jacob Schiff only gave money to the Russian Freedom Group. I mean, this stuff all falls apart. If you know anything about communism, it's just it's premised on I want this to be true, right? Is what it's premised on. It's premised on I want this to be true, and it's like, you know, are there a lot of Jews that believe in communism? Yes. Are there a lot of Jews that were Zionists? Absolutely. And they hated each other and they killed each other. And the Jewish Defense League used to beat up Workers' World Party members with baseball bats and weapons. The Jewish Defense League used to, you know, go into Socialist Workers' Party bookstores with you know, nightsticks and clubs and beat the hell out of them. The Jewish Defense League, the JDL, murdered Soviet diplomats. The Soviet Union funded the Palestinian resistance. Yeah, I mean, it's like this idea that communism and Zionism are, and also when the Soviet Union was falling, right? A lot of the anti-Soviet dissidents were Zionists. Ayn Rand, right? The big believer in free market capitalism and all these kind of libertarian conspiracy types all believe in. Ayn Rand was a Zionist. Ayn Rand said the first cause she ever donated to was the creation of the state of Israel. Ayn Rand was a big supporter of Israel, right? So, I'm Milton Friedman. Milton Friedman wrote a whole book, a whole essay, Capitalism and the Jews, about how capitalism led to the ascendancy of Jewish people and that, capitalism was good for Jews. Well, if Jews are behind communism, if communism is a big Jewish conspiracy, it's really weird that Milton Friedman, the top, the Nobel Prize winning economist, would write an essay saying that capitalism is the answer for Jews. So it all falls apart, right? Jews are an ethnic group. They're an ethnic and religious group, okay? And there are conservative Jews, and there are Reform Jews, and there are Orthodox Jews, there are atheists of Jewish heritage, and they're not all in a plot with one another. Okay. Is there, like, among some Jewish people, there's like a loyalty, like a tribalism that comes with the history of persecution, comes with the Holocaust, comes with the pogroms. There's a feeling that we have to stick up for each other. We have to take care of each other. Sure. And, there's a feeling like that among Black Americans too, right? There's a feeling like that among Asian Americans. People, groups that have been marginalized in the past tend to have a loyalty to each other, right? That's not a diabolical plot. That's not a vast conspiracy, and that the problem, again, with anti-Semitism is it's very similar to the libertarian thing. They don't want to actually challenge the prevailing ideology of the society they live in. The problem can't be capitalism. The problem can't be imperialism. It can't be that the communists aren't evil. Everything about the society has to be true. There just has to be one little problem, right? With libertarians, we're just not real capitalists, right? And with these people, it's just the Jews. The Jews took over. American capitalism and imperialism is fine. All this is fine. The West is the best. Communism's evil. All that. It's just the Jews. Right. And that's how these people think, right? They have this view that, it's easier. It's like a way that they're afraid. It's intellectual cowardice. They're afraid to actually think that capitalism might be bad. They're afraid to actually think that imperialism might be bad. They're afraid to actually think that maybe all the lies they've been told about communists might not be true. That's all way too scary. But if they just say, there's this ethnic group and they're bad, and that's the problem with anti-Semitism, right? Anti-Semitism is socialism for fools, as August Bebel put it. It is the socialism of fools. And I got to tell you, every anti-Semitic book I have ever read begins with standard textbook, stupid anti-communism. It just begins with your standard communists drink blood and kill millions of people. Everyone hates communism. The USA is fighting against the dirty Reds. And then from there it says, and communism is Jewish. It's by the Jews. And it's like, it assumes that you should hate communism, right? It just assumes that communism is pure evil. And then based on that, it tries to get you to blame communism on one ethnic group and hate them, right? That's you read David Duke, anything that David Duke has ever written, that's what he writes. You listen to George Lincoln Rockwell, anything he does, it always is that way. It requires you to just accept at face value all this stupid anti-communism that gets dished out to us in America and not question it. And then you can just blame anything you don't like about American society on some group. And it's similar to the libertarian thing. Well, it's just not real capitalism. Everyone knows communism's bad. Everyone knows capitalism is the best system. And America's having all these problems because we just aren't real capitalists. Oh, good. I don't have to think. I don't have to question anything. Right? There are some people that are just terrified of questioning what they've been led to believe. And anti-communism has been so inculcated in the population, they are just scared. They are scared to question anti-communism because of the consequences, right? So, all right. Oh, he continues. More specific, they think our foreign policy is dictated to us by Zionists. Well, Dustin, they might have a point, right? Now, that's different, right? I don't consider, Dustin, that to be an anti-Semitic thing. If you're arguing that the Israel lobby has a huge amount of power and influence over U.S. foreign policy, I don't think that's necessarily wrong. Now, I do think Israel was created because the Western imperialist countries wanted to use it to fight to fight the rise of Arab nationalism and maintain control of the Middle East. And the British, I mean, the British Empire set up the Balfour Declaration, and but the idea that Zionists have a lot of influence and control, and that in many cases are able to get the U.S. to do things that aren't in the interest of overall Western capitalism, I think that's true. I think Israel has a center of gravity of its own. And I think that's part of why Netanyahu is, facing such opposition right now, is that Netanyahu is he's all about Israel. He doesn't give a fuck about America. He doesn't give a fuck about the Western capitalist imperialist system. He just cares about Israel. Whereas the more moderate wing of Israeli politics sees Israel as part of the West, right? Whereas Netanyahu, he's more in with the new right. And I think but I think they're not wrong. I mean, there is a wing, a very powerful pro-Israeli faction in the United States that has a loyalty to Israel that in some cases exceeds loyalty to the United States. I think that's absolutely true. I mean, the fact that we have laws in various states saying that you must, to be a state employee, you have to sign an oath to never boycott Israel. I mean, I don't think that's anti-Semitic to think that Israel, not Jews, but Israel, the country, and the political movement that supports Israel, called Zionism, has the ability to influence American foreign policy, and disproportionately in comparison to other groups. I don't think that's wrong at all. I think that's true. And that's got nothing to do with Jews, right? Jews are people. Jews are an ethnic group, right? I'm Irish, right? If there was a political movement centered around Ireland that had the ability, if Ireland had the ability to lobby the American government to do things, that wouldn't mean Irish people are bad and that Irish people are part of the conspiracy, right? And we have to distinguish between these two things. Israel is a state, a settler state that was set up. Zionism is the political movement that urged the creation of Israel and then currently is aligned with Israel. And Jews are an ethnic group. And there's a lot of Jews like Max Blumenthal, like Norman Finkelstein, who don't support Israel. The majority of Jews do, and that relates to the persecution, etc. But, as you can see, there's a lot of Jews going to Palestine rallies these days, a lot of Jewish folks that are waving Palestinian flags. So, I mean, yeah, that's where I would disagree with that, Dustin. That's where, I don't think that this is necessarily wrong, but you have to be careful about how you talk about it. Because there are people that want to take that in an anti-Semitic direction, but I don't think what you're saying there is wrong at all. All righty. Malay. Oh, I already answered that. I interviewed the victim. I said this earlier in the stream. I interviewed the victim of Stuart Sadolsky. And I'm going to edit the video and put that on the stream already. And it was on RT. My interview with him was on RT already. It was airing all day today on RT, and I have the video, and I'm going to edit that together later and do that. So, wow, we've been going. It's been 6 hours today. This is 2:17, 2 hours and 17 minutes. We still got another hour and 45 minutes of streaming to do. So, yeah, give me something to talk about, folks. Super chats, Rumble rants, Rockfin tips are appreciated, are always appreciated. Give me something to talk about. Hempcar responding to me about Nicaragua says, thanks for clarifying. I assumed there was something to it. D meant democracy now. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I heard Masons are called right-wing. On Wisconsin Public Radio, they read about Joseph Strange King kind of confidence. All right. You lost me there. Hempcar. I don't know what you're talking about there. You're talking about Mormons or Freemasons or something. You lost me there. Why do people shut you down for bringing up the Rothschilds? Because that is the trope that BreadTube has gone with, right? That everyone who supports Russia and Ukraine is secretly a Nazi. Everyone who believes in economic socialism and not their, transgender, whatever, is secretly a Nazi. So I say Rothschilds and they're like, aha, see, he means Jew conspiracy and he's anti-Semitic. That's what that's about. Right. And that's how they do it. And I've done many points debunking this. Right. Vaush is the king of this. You can't talk about globalism. Right. You can't talk about banks being central in imperialism without them calling you anti-Semitic. That that they don't want to have a conversation about economics, right? They want to have a conversation about transgender bathrooms and why Donald Trump is a big, mean, scary racist, and we have to support Joe Biden. That's what they want to talk about. So because I talk about the global system of monopoly capitalism, because I talk about that, they look for any loophole possible to try and call me an anti-Semite. You know, I'm not an anti-Semite. I do not hate Jews. Some of my good friends are Jewish. Some of the people that taught me politics are Jewish. Karl Marx is Jewish. Vladimir Lenin was Jewish, so I have nothing against Jews. Have I made mistakes before? Yes. Are there times that I'm not going to get into specifics, but are there things that I've done in the past that I regret that were not intended to be anti-Semitic, but did actually cross a line and hurt some people's feelings? Yes. And I've apologized for that. And, look, you always got it. You should ask your friend, right? If you're going to say something about issues related to black people and you're not sure, take it to your black friend and say, is this okay? Right? If you're going to say something about the LGBT community and you're not sure, take it to your LGBT friend and say, there was something I wrote a long time ago and I should have taken it to my Jewish friends and said, look, is this okay? And they would have told me, no, don't do this, Caleb, do it differently. I should have listened to them. I didn't, and I made a mistake and I regret it and whatever, but life goes on. People make mistakes and, whatever. I mean, look, for every actual mistake I've made, there are 1,000 lies and exaggerations about me at this point. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter, right? Whenever anyone starts talking shit about me, I'll just throw this out there. Whenever anyone starts talking shit about me, they immediately say all kinds of outrageous things that have no basis in fact, that are very easily debunked. And that tells you everything you need to know. Right there. I mean, I never are any of these screeds against me factual, right? They might have something that's vaguely based on something true, but I have been called, what have they called me? They've called me a human trafficker. They've called me a cult leader. They've called me a neo-Nazi. I have been called so many things that are just so obviously not true to anyone who listens to me, my material, anyone who's ever met me in real life, anyone who just watches one of these streams one time. I'm not preaching anti-Semitism here. I'm not preaching, it's Caleb eats babies, basically. And so just keep that in mind, right? If you know who I actually am, the second anyone comes to you and talks to you about me, right? The second any of them comes to me, I said what I said and I'm not changing it. What does that mean? The second any of them comes to me, and listens to me, you realize I'm not doing that here. So there you go. Tell me what you mean, Terry. I don't know what that means. I said what I said and I'm not changing. I don't know what that means, but anyway, I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, if anyone's got any more super chats, rumble rants, Rockfin tips, keep me talking. But yeah, why don't we do a roll call? All right. Why don't we do a roll call? We haven't done a roll call yet. We're more than halfway through this second stream, right? I said I would do 8 hours today and I meant it. So names and locations. I will call you all out as I see you pouring more unnamed water beverage. Names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Names and locations. What did you say, Terry? What did you say? Oh, you don't apologize for anything. I got it. I got it. Okay. I got it. Well, there you go. Names and locations. We got Rice from Adelaide, Australia. We got Timoshenko in St. Louis. We got Rupert Fellows from England. We got St. David's, Bermuda. We got Nate from Chicago, but currently out of town. Where is Nate? We should make that a meme. Where is Nate? Meredith and Quinn from Washington. Jenny Lynn in Cincinnati. Yada Yisrael in Chicago. Yada Yisrael in Chicago. Patch in Arizona. David in San Jose, California. Anthony in Fort Worth, Texas. Mohsen from Iran. Sarah Jackson, LOL. Janupa Valley, Seneca. Terry in Hamsgiving. Hamsgiving, very good. Jason in Tampa, Florida. I'm in Louisiana. Well, you shouldn't have given it away, Nate. You should have made us like search the map for you. Like, where's Waldo? You know, except where's Nate? You're in Louisiana. Well, good. Give your mom the best. Your mom's pretty cool, by the way. Mariah in North Carolina. Sarah in Northeast Oregon. Ottawa, work in progress. Cleveland City, Ohio. Briggy in Pennsylvania. Scott in Miami. Alex from Brazil. Names and locations, folks. Names and locations. Mariah in North Carolina. Sarah in Northeast Oregon. Oh, great. I guess I'll see you at the conference then. Very good. Alex from Brazil. Briggy in Pennsylvania. Dustin Schlesinger in Cleveland. Scott in Miami. Names and locations. Is anyone on the Rumble? Anyone on the Rumble? Hempcar is on the Rumble. Hempcar is everywhere. He's on the Rumble and the Rockfin. Very, very good. Oh, there's been a Rumble rant. There's been a Rumble rant, folks, from Gabriquin. And I will answer that next. Didn't see it, but I will answer that, Gabriquin. Thank you. Names and locations, folks. Names and locations. Who is with us? Names and locations. Victory Gin is on the Rockfin. He's in New Mexico. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm not seeing any names and locations on the Rumble. Anyone else? Names and locations. Names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Names and locations. I love the roll call. It's always good to know who's there, who's in the chat, who's part of this community. Names and locations. Names and locations. Who is with us? All righty. All righty. Names and locations. All righty. Well, since we've got another CPI conference coming up, I thought I would show, happy Thanksgiving from Moonlight Beach. Well, there you go. Oh, Ishmael in Los Angeles. Welcome, welcome, Ishmael. I thought I would show this video that just kind of shows, it's some of the documentary Peter Coffin made about our conference that we did last March. It's just a clip from it. It's called Behind the Scenes at a CPI Conference. Some of you have seen this already. So if you have, just endure. It's not that long. But if you haven't, it is so much fun doing these conferences. So this is Behind the Scenes at a CPI Conference. Features our president, Elizabeth Young.
Turn them upside down, in fact, to make us feel that the countries who we should be identifying with are our enemies.
All right.
Well, my vision was that we would have a powerful conference in Washington, D.C., bring together different forces, hear from different voices to challenge Joe Biden's pro-imperialist propaganda show.
The title is perfect, the Summit Against Hypocrisy.
In the lead up to the event, there was certainly many things that needed to be done. There were obstacles. What do you think? It's a yeah?
I think it's a yeah.
It's a yeah. Okay. It was kind of like you're just on the train and you keep going. My name is Elizabeth Young and I'm the president of the Center for Political Innovation.
Elizabeth Young is amazing. And she has done so much to hold our organization together, to help people get along, to facilitate the activities of the Center for Political Innovation.
The things that I did leading up to it were many logistical challenges, I would say. Getting physical materials in place, making the connections, and recruiting volunteers from our membership to take on different roles and tasks. And people are really great about stepping up to that.
She's very skilled at what she does, and she's very dedicated. It's really, really an honor to have Elizabeth Young as the president of CPI.
This isn't working.
Do we have another...
Record?
Just one of these types of clips, because I feel like...
Actually, I don't know if I have another one of those.
I don't know. I help move crap around and basically put in some manual labor with everybody else. I had my spinach.
I participated in the setting up mostly, more than I did the organizing of the Summit Against Hypocrisy. And the day prior to the event, myself, Caleb Maupin, and our president, Elizabeth Young, went to a storage unit, got lots of the stuff we needed out of storage, including lots of flags that once we got back to the house, I was ironing. 7, 8 flags, something like that.
Yeah, that's a good question.
They made it, right?
Yeah. So where are they? Did you leave Stalin out at the house?
What?
We're bringing them out at like a glorious moment. Like they're hidden at the beginning. So someone has to go back and get Stalin and Mao.
I will go get them.
No more Stalin. We gotta get it. All right. Stop Stalin and go get them out. Anyway.
It was go, go, go. I woke up, ate breakfast, got in the car with Peter and some other comrades, and got cameras and equipment, supplies and whatnot.
You know, we put a lot of work into staging the conferences.
El pueblo unido jamás.
Haas and Pfeffer Incorporated.
What's the last part go?
Jamás.
Unloaded the car, I put up the banners, spread the books out. So I'm a school teacher with $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 in student debt. I really don't know. I try not to think about it that much, but it's a lot. So I had to buy a $500 plane ticket on a $2,000 a month paycheck. Luckily, the hotel had a continental breakfast. That helped out. But yeah, I'm broke till the next payday. But I wanted to be there. It meant a lot to me to be there.
I'm now thinking of eating fried rice.
Free food gang represent is all I'm saying.
But I did also eat a bunch of Danishes like a minute ago, so that wouldn't be. A, aftertaste, and B, I would get fat.
There's a very simple principle that people from a working class background understand, and it is that when there's free food, you eat it. And especially if you're spending all morning moving a bunch of heavy crap around, big bins of water bottles, crates of books. Yeah, you gotta eat. And our convention was a paying customer of the hotel. Amazing Danishes there.
Our political opponents, people in the ruling class, the class enemy, spends a long time staging propaganda for imperialism, staging events to stir people up, to support war. You look at the Democrat convention, the Republican convention. So it's necessary for those of us who are serious about building a socialist community to work hard to make our events well staged and well put together, practicing the opening ceremony, making sure that everything goes the way it should go. We put a lot of work into that, and I think that's important. And, you know, you have to practice things.
So after Jetta, when Garland is done speaking, Jetta will then call Peter up to the podium, and even if it's not 3 o'clock yet, we'll go right into the next one. Second panel. After that second panel is over, Peter's going to call me up, and I'm going to invite people to do our White House thing. The other thing is, we really want to get this room looking as clean as we possibly can. The next thing we got to do is that when the sound is set up, we'll practice the opening ceremony then. I think we're good to go.
You hear these words, human rights and democracy, and you just think, good, that has to be good, freedom, liberty, human rights, democracy. And so putting the title in there and with that spin, Summit Against Hypocrisy, it's calls their bluff right there. It's right in the title. The intention is to draw the attention of the public to the fact that these words that they feel good about, that they're supposed to care about and be invested in, are being used maliciously. They're being used coercively. And to me, that's a trick that's being played on people.
All right, let's do this. All right.
Okay.
Shall we? Okay. We know you through different names. Some of us know you through the Talmud and the Torah. Some of us know you through Jesus and the Bible. Some of us know you through the Quran and the Prophet Muhammad. Some of us know you only through the beautiful, ever-changing world you've created. God, we just want to do our part, our little part, in opposing all the injustice and evil and standing for truth. And speaking to people in a way that they can hear it. Getting people to open their hearts and open their minds to understand that something better is possible. Oh God, we just ask that you join us today. Help us. Speak through us. Let us do something beautiful today. Let us do something powerful today. Let this be a day people remember for the rest of their lives, God.
CPI represents the only alternative to what we're hearing from the burn it down, tear it down, synthetic left.
Fear is a part of our tactics.
This is Portland, this part, by the way. This is Portland.
A lot of people think that we're like burning our city down and we're rioting and destroying everything. I mean, I think there's some level of truth to that.
No one else is saying that you can actually be patriotic in that you love this country and you love the people, but you despise the people who are running it. We want to build a better America. The working class is not interested in tear it down, burn it down. We want good jobs, stable lives. The people that we're looking for, they're not going to be found among the people who classify themselves as leftists now. They're going to be found among working class Americans who love their country.
And we're not about jamming our morals and ideals down anybody's throat. We're about reaching people and attempting to spread knowledge. And that means you're going to disagree with some people at some times. That said, no one is less of a person because they think something different about how the economy is going to be run, or because they don't understand a cultural issue, or because they don't like the way they feel like they're being pressured to act within society. Yeah, it's certainly possible for that stuff to be messed up, but if our assumption is just that everybody's like evil,
A fascist is a fascist!
we're not going to get anywhere. And if you've got that in mind, it should be obvious why we would have somebody like Scott Ritter to speak. Like, he's got this cool idea, I forget what it's called. Oh yeah, not having a nuclear war.
I am the epitome of a Reagan Republican. I grew up child of a Cold War. My dad was career military, and the first president I voted for was Ronald Reagan. I believed in war. I wanted war. I worshiped war because war was my salvation. Salvation from you, you communist-loving socialists. All jokes aside, though, it's an absolute honor and a privilege to be here for the very reasons I just said, because while we may not be cut from the same piece of cloth, we do seek to be sewn into the common clothing of a nation that needs to be shielded from the nakedness of its imperial ambition.
Yeah. So there you go. That we've got a CPI conference coming up. I guess I will put the poster up on the screen just as a reminder to everybody. We are having our CPI conference coming up. Scott Ritter, who you just saw in the video, he's going to be there. Jyoti Brar is going to be there. Craig Pasta-Jardula is going to be there. He's host of Convo Couch. He's been hosting the Jimmy Dore Show lately. Peter Coffin, who made that amazing documentary, is coming. He's speaking, and he's also making another great documentary. So if you come, you might end up being in that documentary. Syed Hosseini, a great anti-imperialist and anti-Zionist, he is going to be there. So there you go. And on top of that, Garland Nixon, he is going to be there. And David Rovics, the great musician, is going to be there. And I actually was going to play a David Rovics. He came out with a new song today about the Palestinians. I was going to put that on, actually. So I might just do that here in a little bit. But basically, it's getting close, right? If you haven't bought your plane ticket or your train ticket or haven't arranged to get to Portland, please go ahead and do so. We need you there, and we need you to register for the conference if you're coming. Here is the link. Register for the conference. Please go ahead and register for the conference. We need you there. It is going to be an amazing experience. If you haven't been to a CPI conference before, this is going to be, it's not just a bunch of commies in a room with angry looks on their faces talking. It is a show. Terry, you need to register. Go ahead and register, Terry. Go ahead and register. yeah, go ahead and register for the conference so that we know that you are coming. Very, very important. I will drop the link. You know, I will drop the link on the Rumble, and I will answer your question, Gabriquan, pretty soon. Don't worry. Don't worry. Register for the conference, dropping it in the Rumble. Please go ahead and register. At this point, we have 104 people registered for the conference. 104. That is how many people are registered. You know, so, you know, but we want to fill the place up. The room holds 250. And so we still got some time, and we're still doing promotion. Door knockers are going up on doors. Posters are going up. We now have a Facebook event. So, you know, I would, let me just drop the Facebook event, right? In the chat as well, right? We have a Facebook event, right? Why not? You know, so, you know, we have a Facebook event. Let me just drop the link to the Facebook event. You can sign up on Facebook and say that you're going if you still use Mark Zuckerberg's Sinister app. Facebook event. Sign up on Facebook. That's a good place to, you know, just help us promote. And you can post it around too. You can help us promote. Facebook event, right? There's the Facebook event. Facebook event. Facebook event. All right. You know, just dropping it on all the platforms here. You can go sign up on the Facebook. For some reason, the Facebook is not letting us invite people, which is very annoying. But yeah, maybe go sign up for the Facebook event. You know, sign up on Facebook. That would be a good thing. And help post around the Facebook event. Help us advertise. We're trying to just figure things out, right? Now, the other thing is, you know, we do need money. We do need money to do the event. We do need funds. You know, right now everything's paid for, but it's a tight squeeze. It is a tight squeeze right now. We did not raise anywhere near the amount of money we've been trying to raise. We have enough to still do the conference. So the conference is happening, but you know, if people can donate, every donation we get makes it go much smoother. We're trying to get various people that are coming into town to help out. We're trying to help some people get to town. We're trying to get food for people. We're trying to figure out, you know, if there'll be food. It would be good to feed people at the conference. I think, you know, after the first panel to have, you know, a good catering. I think that would be good. So if you can support the conference, I think that would be a great thing to do. And you can support it on Give, Send, Go. Or you can just give directly to the CPI on the Stripe. So there you go. Support the conference on Give, Send, Go. You know, that's a way to give. It's pretty transparent. It shows you how much we've raised, etc. Or if you want to support us elsewhere, you can support us on the Stripe. But we do need some support. We do need some support because, you know, we just want to make sure everyone has what they need, and that we, you know, we're trying to bring in a different cameraman to cover the event. That would be good. You know, we're trying to cover a lot of last minute costs and loose ends and, you know, etc. You know, we got Jyoti flying in from the UK. We got Scott Ritter flying in from different parts of the country, and we're just trying to make sure we have a good conference with everything we need. So if you can donate, that would be very helpful. And if you would like to give in a more discreet way, you know, you can just give via Stripe, right? You can donate via Stripe. You can support us this way. So support the conference. You can donate this way. That will help as well. So you can donate that way as well. But we really could use some contributions. We could use some funds because, you know, it's getting down to the wire. And like I said, it's happening. Oh, this conference is happening. I mean, it is definitely happening. It is happening. And so there we go. There we go. But yeah, the easier it can happen, the better. So if you want to give more anonymously or more discreetly, you could do it this way. Oh, Miguel, thank you for the super chat. Very appreciated, Miguel. I appreciate it. You know, you don't have a question or anything to go with that, or you just want to support the YouTube channel. Well, great. Thank you, Miguel. We really do appreciate your super chat. I really do appreciate that, Miguel. And yeah, I said I was going to do 8 hours today. Now we're approaching the 7th hour, right? It is. We're at 6 hours and 43 minutes. So, 11:30 Eastern Standard Time is when I will have achieved. That will be like a moment of celebration. If I can pull off the 8 hours I said I was going to do today. I said I was going to stream for 8 hours on Thanksgiving as my condition, my promise to myself, my spiritual energy to focus on the conference, to get everyone together, to awaken spirit world for the conference. And so there we go. And thank you for that contribution, Miguel. So now I'm going to answer. I saw there's another super chat. Miguel, thank you for your super chat. There's another one that came in about my ancestor, which I will answer. But before I answer that, there was a Rumble rant that came in a long time ago, and I need to answer that because it's important. So the Rumble rant is, have you read 10 Crisis by Wen Tuzhen, a respected professor in China? The book documented how China has survived 10 crises from 1949 to 2020. It's open access online and recommended by Michael Hudson. No, I have not, but that sounds fascinating. I am Googling that right now. 10 Crisis. Oh, here it is. I am going to read this book. That sounds fascinating. That sounds absolutely fascinating. I am definitely going to read that. Wow. Wow. I'm downloading it right now, and it is open access. The Political Economy of China, 10 Crisis. Here it is. Wow, I've got it. And it's huge. It's a long book, but this is something I'm going to read. I am going to learn from this. Thank you for that tip. Thank you very, very much for that tip. That is greatly, greatly appreciated, Gabri Kwan. I really appreciate that. There you go. Thank you very much. Thank you very, 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 very much. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that. That is a great tip. It's hard to find good contemporary material on China. It's very hard to find. So thank you for that. I will make good use of that. So now I have another super chat question. Your ancestor is Charles G. Finney. That is correct. I am descended. My mother's maiden name is Finney. I'm from Ohio. The guy who started Oberlin College is my ancestor. That is the case. Did you know also, you may also be related to the news editor, fantasy writer of the same name, who influenced Ray Bradbury? I don't have any, there's no indication I'm related to that dude. I know that dude is also descended from Charles Finney, but, many ways back, I have no knowledge of that person. Charles G. Finney, the first one, the pastor, I know I'm descended from him. But the sci-fi writer who took the name of his great ancestor or whatever, I have no knowledge of any relation to that guy. We did have a lot of family, we did have a lot of family gatherings, reunions and stuff. And I never heard any mention of that fellow. So I don't think I'm related to that guy. It's possible. I'm probably distantly related to him, just like I'm distantly related to Charles G. Finney. But there you go. And then often people ask me if I'm related to Armistead Maupin. Do you guys know Armistead Maupin? Right? I guess he was a famous writer from San Francisco. He wrote Tales of the City, which was a kind of an iconic LGBT novel. It's kind of a series of novels that are LGBT oriented from the 1980s. It was originally serialized in the San Francisco newspaper, and then it eventually became a book. I am not related to Armistead Maupin either. I think his family is from Missouri, where actually my name in Missouri is more common than you would think. We were out in Missouri for our weekend workshop, and ironically, we drove down Maupin Street. Right. And it's like, what are the chances? But, in Missouri, my last name is more common than you would think. Right. My grandfather was from Missouri, and, my grandfather's family, they were like mayors of this little town called Fayette, Missouri for many generations. For a couple generations, they were like mayors of the town and stuff. And so my last name is a little more common, in Missouri, but I'm not related to Armistead. As far as I know, I think his family is from San Francisco. He was this famous gay writer in San Francisco, but his family is from Missouri, I believe. So that's probably the connection. The other thing was, there was a guy named Matt Maupin, who was from Ohio, actually, same state as me, who got his head cut off in Iraq. Right, he was kidnapped by the Iraqi resistance, and then they videotaped themselves cutting his head off. No relation to him either, even though he's from Ohio. And there aren't many people in Ohio named Maupin. It's a less common name, but I was not related to that guy. But for a couple of years, people are like, "Oh, are you related to that guy who got his head cut off?" And I'd be like, "Nope, no, I'm not related to the guy who got his head cut off." But yeah, he was a U.S. soldier in Iraq who got beheaded. Matt Maupin, right? So yeah, I'm not related to Matt Maupin. As far as I know, I mean, it's possible, right? It is certainly possible. It is certainly possible. It is certainly possible. It is certainly possible. But anyway, so yeah, I hope that answers people's questions. And thank you for the book recommendation, by the way. That was a great book recommendation. But yeah, we still got some time here. So what else is on people's minds tonight? I was going to play the David Rovics song. That was the next thing I was going to do. I was going to play David Rovics' latest song about Gaza. So, I will put it on. Absolutely. David Rovics. Let's see if I can find. I saw it on YouTube earlier, but it's called Wounded Child. So, all right, it'll probably be a little bit of a bummer. But Gaza, I mean, it's a very serious situation. People are dying all the time. So, I mean, how could it not be a bummer, and people should be aware. I mean, ignoring Palestinian suffering. I heard that there was a great protest today at the Macy's Day Parade. The Palestine protesters blocked the road for quite some time and got arrested. There were a lot of people arrested at the Macy's Day Parade today. I don't know if people saw that. Did people see that? Maybe I can put some video of that on. I heard that was pretty neat. That they blocked the parade, for Palestine, which was very, very good. So Macy's Parade, Palestine, we'll put that on. Macy's Parade, Palestine. We'll put the video of that on after David Rovics' song. After his song, we'll show the Macy's Day Parade action. So there we go. We'll do that. There we go. All right. Yeah, we'll put this clip on of the people doing that after that. But right now, I'm just waiting for David Rovics' song. Okay, we got David Rovics' song. We'll put David Rovics. David Rovics is just amazing in so many ways. And the fact that we have a good relationship with him as CPI is really something I'm very, very happy about, right? I mean, I've been listening to his music for years. I never thought I'd be able to meet him or have him play at our events. And one thing led to another, and it's just a real, real honor. So, yeah, forgive me if this song's a little bit of a bummer, but it's a very, very serious situation. So how could it not be? How could it not be? So yeah, this is David Rovics' new song that he just came out with today. It's about Gaza. It's called Wounded Child. Wounded Child. All right.
For 6 weeks now the bombing has continued. Every few minutes another child dies, crushed without warning beneath the rubble of their homes. And that's where her body lies. And those who are pulled out from the carnage, and who may just live to see another day, may first meet a doctor with a marker, who will then scribe 5 letters down to say, writing on the bodies of survivors, an acronym for anyone to see. WCNSF, wounded child with no surviving family. Entire families missing from the register, since they all lived and slept in the same tower block that generations shared. Now it's just a street with a name that last month had a row of buildings that used to be alive with children playing. Now a doctor scrawls on an armless boy as his parents still beneath the rubble decaying, writing on the bodies of survivors, an acronym for anyone to see. WCNSF, wounded child with no surviving family. See the lifeless legs dangling at an angle that tell you exactly how they died. One moment they were laying on a mattress, the next one the building opened wide as a 1-ton missile made in California was dropped upon it, and this is how it became a grave for a whole extended family, which is what it is now, as they're writing on the bodies of survivors, an acronym for anyone to see. WCNSF, wounded child with no surviving family. The U.S. Navy guards the Mediterranean to make sure nobody intervenes, with the bunker busters smashing down the buildings. Each passing hour, another horrifying scene of living children crying for their mothers as they limp past mountains of the dead to the hospital that's also being bombed, to the school that's now a sea of red, as they're writing on the bodies of survivors, an acronym for anyone to see. WCNSF, wounded child with no surviving family. Wounded child with no surviving family. Wounded child with no surviving family.
Wow. Wow. Well, there you go. Yeah. It's certainly a sad song, but it's the reality of what is currently taking place. There's no way to gloss over what's taking place. So there you go. I do not know why it is not allowing me to open this video. I have been trying throughout that whole song to download the video of the Palestine protesters disrupting the Macy's Day Parade, and it is not letting me do it. It is not letting me open the videos that I am downloading, and I find that to be very frustrating. I'm doing the same thing I always do when I download Twitter videos, but it is not cooperating with me, and I don't know why, and that is very frustrating to me. So I'm trying to get the video of the people blocking the Macy's Day Parade, and it is not It's not cooperating with me. So let me see if I can do it. Well, maybe I can load the video in, right? Maybe I can do it that way. Maybe I can just take the file and load it in. Let me see. Maybe if it won't play it on my computer, I can still just load it in. Let me see if I can do that. So downloads. Okay, well now we have to find out what it's called. All right, I wouldn't want to show the wrong thing. All right, yeah, let's see if it'll. Oh, all right.
Free Palestine, free! 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 Free Palestine, free!
Wow. Yeah, they're blocking the parade. Good for them. Good for them. Direct action.
Free Palestine, free! 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 Free Palestine, free!
All right. So there's that. I think there's another angle I can play. I just have to make sure it's the right video, which is awkward, right? Now, this is where I'm going to embarrass myself and show the wrong video. And, you know, I'm joking, of course, but, you know, you have to make sure you're showing the right video if you're doing stuff like this. So is this? No, that's not it. Just looking through. Oh, wait. It says S. Is this it? Oh, no, that's the one I just showed you. And I thought maybe it was the. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is the Al Jazeera report on the arrests and such.
Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Stand up. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! You can't hide! You make meals for genocide! You make meals for genocide! McDonald's, you can't hide! McDonald's, you can't hide!
All righty. So, yeah, I mean, it's good to see some people in the streets, some activism, right, opposing Israeli crimes. That's great. They were chanting against McDonald's. And little known fact, McDonald's is a major financial backer of pro-Israel activities. It's a backer of something called the Jewish United Fund of Chicago, which is a pro-Israel, like foundation. And so McDonald's, that's why they were chanting against McDonald's, is because it's not just that McDonald's does business in Israel. McDonald's is also, like the family, the Kroc family, who own McDonald's. They are, from what I understand, they are not Jewish. They are fundamental Baptists. They are Baptists, and they are big supporters of Israel, and that for whatever reason, they donate heavily to the Jewish United Fund of Chicago, the Jewish United Fund of Chicago, which is a pro-Israeli foundation, which the Jewish United Fund, does pro-Israeli activities. So there you go. That's why McDonald's was being targeted in that clip. So that's what that was about. Let me try to get myself more in the center here. Right. It's very interesting. But there's, many corporations, right, that are tied in with Israel. And McDonald's, from what I understand, was not put on the boycott list, though. There were certain corporate, or maybe they were. Maybe it's been a while since I followed this stuff closely, but there's the official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list. McDonald's is pro-Israel. Starbucks is pro-Israel, but they're not. The Palestinians have certain companies they want to be boycotted, and that's not one they've asked for unless things have changed. Someone said Lee Camp did a good video breaking down the top companies doing business with Israel. That'd be very useful. that would be very useful. I'll have to check that out. You know, I like Lee Camp. He's a good guy. You know, and you know, there you go. But there you go. There you go. Yeah, folks. I can't believe we are gonna, you know, we are in the final hour here. I said I was gonna stream for 8 hours on Thanksgiving, and we are very, very close. You know, we are in the final hour, and I will feel good. I will feel good when we do that, when I achieve the 8 hours that I said I was going to achieve. But this is all about psyching myself up for the conference, getting myself in the right place for the upcoming conference. That's what it's all about, right? And you know, that's what it's all about. And so, you know, and there we go. There we go. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. You know, I have been following the YouTube or the Twitter page of Olivia Natasha. Right? Do you all remember her? She goes by Olivia Natasha. That's like her English name, but her Korean name is Yumi. You know, yeah, I can link. Yeah. The answer is yes, Sarah. Here. Hold on. So yeah, you know, her name is Yumi in Korean, and she used to have a YouTube channel, and I showed her YouTube channel on this YouTube. I showed her videos many times. She lives in North Korea. She's 11 years old, and she just shows the nicer side of life in North Korea. And they banned her YouTube channel because they said it had a positive bias toward North Korea, which I thought was ridiculous. I mean, come on. She has a positive bias toward her own country, right? I mean, what's she supposed to do? Make videos that say her country sucks, you know? And they banned this 11-year-old girl's YouTube channel, and there was nothing political on her channel. Her channel was it was like videos about going fishing with her grandpa, and you know, videos about going to water parks and eating ice cream. It was not a political YouTube channel, and they still banned it. And I was downright furious when they banned Yumi's YouTube channel. So why don't we take a look at some of Yumi's material, right? Some of the videos that she's put. She's still on Twitter. And I am a big fan of Yumi, right? She follows me on Twitter. I follow her. I am all about peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. So, you know, this is Yumi, Olivia Natasha. This is her Twitter page. Go and follow her on Twitter, right? I think it's good for supporting People's Korea. Go follow Yumi, Olivia Natasha on Twitter. She's very cool. She's very anti-imperialist, but she focuses on just like good parts of life in her homeland, you know? So there's that. And I'll show you some of the videos that she's put on her channel recently, right? We'll look at a few of those, right? We'll look at a few of the videos she's put up lately. Right. We'll look at a few of her recent videos because, you know, they show a side of North Korea that YouTube doesn't want you to see, that CNN like celebrated. They did a whole article about banning her YouTube channel. CNN practically called for banning the YouTube channel. They did like a hit piece on her YouTube channel about, you know, North Korean propaganda on YouTube. It was so ridiculous. And then they ultimately did ban her channel, you know, and after CNN basically called for it. And so I did a video defending her after she got banned and stuff. And but anyway, yeah, this is the latest video that she tweeted out, and it's about like a museum they have in North Korea about their scientific achievements, which is certainly very important in light of everything that's gone on there lately. You know, the fact they launched a rocket, it's really, really important. So yeah. So let me just we'll put Yumi's video on, and we'll put a couple of her videos on, right? Because we want to support People's Korea, and we want to let Americans see what North Korea is really like. And there we go. So this is her first video. All right. So yeah, that was her looking at a museum they've got in North Korea. Let's see what else, right? What other fun videos has Yumi posted? She posts all kinds of stuff. She doesn't focus on the politics. I mean, she gets political sometimes, but she's a kid, she just focuses on like daily life in North Korea. What a nice place, the fun things of life, which is really important because people forget that like North Korea isn't just a huge military rally all day long. North Korea, I mean, people live there, they have families there, it's just a country, and people live there. And when they want us to hate North Korea, when they're trying to psych us up for war against North Korea, they always try to make it sound like every single person there is an evil dictator or something. And that's the way they justify, that's what they do, they never say the USA invaded Iraq. They say the USA invaded Saddam, or the USA attacked Saddam, right? Because they don't want you to think that there's like real people there. They want you to think that only this like caricature of a military dictator, of a brutal authoritarian monster, that's how they want to dehumanize the population, right? They don't want you to sympathize with the people. So yeah, here's another video that Yumi posted.
This is the special kind of situation that shows the development of our country like that. This is my country, Korea.
Yeah, that's what YouTube had to protect you from, was videos like this. I mean, this is just, I mean, I don't know. Are you all going to have nightmares? Are you all going to be able to sleep at night after watching this horrendous propaganda from North Korea? She played with Legos. She played with her Legos. I think, it was just awful. I'm laughing about it, but it's sad. That's the way internet censorship works. So there's another video she posted, right? I mean, she plays with Legos. She goes to museums. She goes to water parks. She eats ice cream. She talks about how much she likes Harry Potter. Well, you can't, and that's transphobic, right? So I guess there's a reason there for that, right? I guess I'm joking, of course, but maybe that's why they don't like her. If only she had condemned J.K. Rowling for being a transphobe, then they would let her YouTube channel stand. But I guess not. But I'm joking, of course, but you know what I'm saying. But yeah, I mean, it's just like, this is, oh, save me, right? Right. Turn it off, Caleb, turn it off. Exactly. I mean, it's like, this is what they're trying to protect us from. This is what YouTube doesn't want us to see. They don't want us to see that North Koreans are people. You know what I'm saying? That's what they don't want us to see that North Koreans are human beings. It's sad.
The 19th Asian Games was held in Hangzhou, China from September 23rd to October 8th amid high expectations. DPRK athletes received much spotlight for their first participation in the International Sport Games in several years. DPRK team bagged 39 medals in total, including 11 golds and 18 silvers in Hangzhou, made progress compared to 36 medals in the 18th Asian Games. Korean athletes claimed champions in weightlifting, gymnastics, boxing, wrestling, and shooting events. Weightlifting proved to be the most dominant field for the team once again. Weightlifters clinched 6 gold medals in total and broke World Asian Games records in different categories. The DPRK team has already renewed several records in weightlifting so far. Audience from home and abroad expressed great admiration for their success, and gold medal contenders from other countries seemed very much alerted. The DPRK team's success scored in Hangzhou shows the fact that the country emerges as a world sport power in many events, including gymnastics, boxing, table tennis, and judo. And it implies a promising result in further international games. This is Yumi from Pyongyang. See you next time.
So there you go. There you go. This is that subversive content. But, you know, hey, I think Yumi is awesome, and I think she should be allowed to have her YouTube channel. And I think her being banned from YouTube is bullshit. That's what I think. And I think that Yumi should have the absolute right to have her YouTube channel, you know, and that the US government is, you know, and YouTube and the tech monopolies are out of control. That's what I think. You know, here she has another video about her friend is in the hospital and she wants to prepare a gift for her friend. This is another video. Then we'll move on to something else after this. But, you know, this is good entertainment, right? Good entertainment. And this is, again, we're showing the things on this channel that they don't want us to see. And that's all the more reason we should be watching them, right? So there we go.
The hospital at the moment. So what shall I prepare for her? What do you have in mind? She likes this brand of bread. Produced from Sonon Food Stuff Factory.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, so I just thought we'd take a few minutes and watch Yumi. And, you know, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we can talk about the stuff Yumi doesn't talk about on her channel, the more political aspects of North Korea. You know, maybe we'll do that here for a few minutes because, you know, I think the North Koreans have been very unfairly treated. And, you know, I mean, you know, they are a very heroic people that has withstood a lot of persecution, and you know they are anti-imperialist to their core. The U.S. government is still at war with them, and they need to be supported. I have here, when I went to the World Youth Festival in 2013, they gave me a lot of North Korean books. They gave me this book. It's called The History of the Revolutionary Activities of President Kim Il-sung. It's like a biography of Kim Il-sung, which is very cool, right? Kim Il-sung, right? Had the gray hair and the glasses. That's Kim Il-sung, right? They gave that to me. What else? They gave me this novel, which I have never been able to get into. I feel like the translation, something's missing. But they gave me, this is a novel. It's like a fiction book that's popular in North Korea that's translated into English. It's called Immortal History, Revolutionary Aurora, a Cycle of Novels. And I have tried to read it before. I mean, maybe it's just that I just don't read fiction, but I just, you know, I can't get into it. I don't, it's something about the writing style. I find it very hard to follow. But it's fiction, right? It's fiction. It's a cycle of novels. But then I think it's somehow related to communism or something, because on the front page, they've got a painting of the great leader Kim Il-sung presides over a meeting of the Young Communist League. So that's pretty neat. I am all about supporting DPRK, peace with North Korea. We had our great banner at the White House, finish what Trump started, peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula, right? You know, and I am willing. Oh, yeah, this, I can't forget this. The Immortal Revolutionary Woman, right? This is Kim Jong-un's grandmother. And it's a book. He decided to put pictures of her everywhere. When Kim Jong-un became the new leader, he requested that they honor his grandmother. And so they published this biography of the Immortal Revolutionary Woman, Kim Jong-suk. And this is, you know, I actually did read this book. This was interesting. She's the leader, you know, Kim Jong-suk, presiding over a meeting of the underground organizations. You know, and she was a freedom fighter against Japanese colonialism. And, you know, it kind of gives her life story as a leader of the Korean Workers' Party. And, you know, yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff. You know, this was a neat book that they gave me as well. I'm trying to remember if I have a comic book somewhere, like a children's comic book that they gave me. And I have some other North Korean books that I got from somewhere else. You know, old communists die and they, you know, pass on their books. Somewhere I have the other 2 volumes, but this is not actually printed in North Korea. This is printed by The Guardian newspaper. You know, The Guardian. The Guardian was a kind of a communist newspaper, a Maoist communist newspaper that was around in the 1970s, and they printed a 3-part biography of Kim Il-sung that they printed. And I have the other 2 volumes somewhere, but this is volume 2, and it's printed in the United States. So there you go. There you go. You know, at one point, you know, when I was in the Workers' World Party, we had Red Youth. We had a youth group called Red Youth, right? Originally, when I first joined the Workers' World Party, they had their youth group was, you know, every communist group is supposed to have a youth group. It's like part of the communist culture, right? You have the party, but then you have the youth organization. You know, the Communist Party USA, they have the Young Communist League. The Socialist Workers' Party, they have the Young Socialists. It used to be the Young Socialist Alliance. You know, when I was in the Workers' World Party, the youth organization was called, when I first started, it was called Fight Imperialism, Stand Together. FIST. And it was FIST. And it was basically the split with PSL had just happened. And so there weren't very many young people left. There were like 10 young people that were left in the party. Then I joined. And FIST was, you know, I could name names. I'm not going to do that. But it was a certain crew of people. And they were the youth organization of the party. And they, you know, they were around for a little bit. And then they quit, right? They all quit, you know, or a lot of them quit or whatever. And then they had no youth organization for a while. So then we in New York City, we had a crew of young people like in their 20s in New York City. And so we had something called Red Youth, and Red Youth was like the youth group in New York City. And we did some pretty neat rallies. We were a little ultra left, and, you know, woke wasn't a big thing yet. And we were, I don't know. I don't think everything we did was necessarily wise. We were a little bit, what's the right word? We were a little bit, some of our rhetoric was not helpful. I think it was a little bit ultra left. Some of our rhetoric was a little bit adventurous. You know, we didn't do anything illegal, but we said things that I would not say now. But you know, we existed, and we were the Red Youth. We had some events, some forums. You know, we had some events and some forums with speeches and stuff like that. And you know, we did that, and then they revived FIST, Fight Imperialism, Stand Together, and that was basically a maneuver, right? Because Red Youth, we were like ultra in your face communist. We waved red flags. We marched with big pictures of Kim Il Sung and stuff like that. And the youth in North Carolina were just liberals. They never talked about communism ever. Everything they said was just, it was the most, like, it was weird, but it was like the young people from North Carolina, like they all went to UNC Chapel Hill and, you know, and UNC Durham, and they were just like rich, woke kids who worked at NGOs, and they didn't believe in communism. You talk to them, they were just liberals. They just didn't believe in communism. And they were in this group because they thought it was pro-LGBT or something. And like, they would send us videos of like, oh, there was a big rally and their member spoke, and their member would get up and say, racism is bad. And there's a, you know, school to prison pipeline. And they would say nothing about communism. And we'd be like, how is that a contribution? And they'd be like, why are you erasing? A person of color got up and said this. I'm like, yeah, but any liberal could have said that too. It was weird. And they were really uncomfortable with how openly communist we were. And we were uncomfortable with how liberal they were. And it was really a class divide, though, when it really got down to it. They were all rich kids, right? All those North Carolina people, they were all rich kids, and they have all quit. Every single one of them has quit, except for a couple that are still with them. But they all quit. But they were all rich kids. They were all, you know, I mean, you know, the UNC, Universities of North Carolina, they're like the Harvards of the South, right? You know, they're like, you know, they're very prestigious schools where prominent politicians and people like that go. Very expensive. And these were rich kids. And, you know, it was the South, and there wasn't much left activism. And so through some weird historical accident, Workers' World Party got to be the leftist group in North Carolina for a while. You know, and then they started getting Soros money. They started a nonprofit called Southern Visions or Southern Rising or something like that. And they were getting Soros money. And later we found out, you know, I mean, I was out of the group, but there was a big split where they kicked Detroit out and they kicked out some other people. And there was a sexual assault scandal, blah, 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 you know. And I mean, I still don't even know what happened with that. I mean, I don't care really. I was out of the group at that point and I just didn't care. But one of the things that came out, and this is rather interesting, is that the money to pay for Southern Rising or Southern Visions or whatever the hell the nonprofit was that they were running, that all the Workers' World Party people were getting paid to organize, the nonprofit that was funding them was funded by Big Tobacco. And it's because a lot of tobacco companies are headquartered in North Carolina and they own real estate, and they were having a hard time gentrifying Greensboro and, you know, Chapel Hill and Durham and Raleigh and cities like that. They couldn't gentrify them. Rich white hipster kids who move to gentrified neighborhoods don't want to move to the South. They think the South is rednecks or whatever. So they were arranging for BLM and trans rights protests to happen in North Carolina to help gentrify the city and make it look more appealing to fucking hipsters. Right. And that was the role. And then, of course, they would never wanted anyone to know they were communists. They always hid the communism. They're always so embarrassed of being communists because that would mean that, you know, they might not fit in. Right. I will never forget. They sent me to Chicago at one point when I was in the party. I spent like a couple months in Chicago, and there was one of these North Carolina kids, one of these North Carolina college kids who'd been a member of the party for like a year. And she was living in Chicago at the time. She'd moved to Chicago. So they had us meet with her in Chicago. And she met with us and she's like, I just found out this group supports North Korea. And she had been a member of the party in North Carolina for a couple of years, and it never occurred to her, never came up that Workers' World supports North Korea. Never came up that Workers' World, you know, supported, you know, authoritarian Marxist regimes. And it was like, that's how not communist the North Carolina people were, right? They were not communist in any way, and they were snobs, right? You know, they were absolute snobs. They would do this thing where, you know, this is a rich kid hobby that has always annoyed me. This is a thing that rich kids do. And you can tell they do it because they come from money, right? Is that, you know, if I'm in the room with you, if you were in the room right now, right, I would be required to acknowledge you. I would see you in the room and I'd say, how you doing? Right. And if a conversation was happening, you know, if someone's in your space, right? If someone's in your cubicle at work, if someone's in the same room as you, you need to acknowledge them, right? You know, if you're at an event, right? You know, you introduce yourself to people. Hi, I'm Caleb. Oh, hi, I'm Gene or Don or what, you know, And I would be at receptions with these fucking North Carolina kids, right? And they would always do this, right? Especially the new ones that were coming around. But, you know, they all would do this, is you would introduce yourself. You'd be like, oh, I'm a member of the party. I live in so-and-so. And they would just look at you. Right? And I was just like, excuse me, you know, you're coming to an event. I'm here. I'm introducing myself to you. And they would just be like, I didn't choose to talk to you. Right? It was one of the, see, it's fun. Somebody who went there is a great, it was one of the most rude things ever. And it was like, they didn't feel any obligation to acknowledge you. They could be having a conversation right in front of you. And you'd say, oh yeah, I heard about that movie too. And then they would look at you like awkwardly, like, we didn't decide to talk to you, you know? And what that is, that's that they're rich kids. That's what that's about. They're rich kids. Right. And it took me a long time to realize, I was talking to people and all of that. If you're a super rich person, there's all these people in your house that you don't owe any respect to. Right. You know, if you're in like a wealthy person's house, you know, you've got like not the nanny, but the, you know, the person who's cleaning the house, the cleaning lady, you don't acknowledge the cleaning lady. You got, you know, the nanny who's looking after the kids, you don't acknowledge her. And it's this whole thing that rich kids, there's all these people around them that they don't have to respect, right? Whereas in the working class, we don't have that, right? You know, I mean, in the working class, if you're in the same room as somebody, you say hi, you say hello. You know, maybe you need to focus on something else. You can say, hey, it's really good to meet you. I actually need to talk to my friend here. You know, but you acknowledge the other person. But these rich kids, they would do this thing where it was like, oh, like what? Who said you're entitled to me acknowledging your existence? I mean, it was just this rude fucking behavior, right? And that's these North Carolina kids. They would all do it, and they were all super into like crazy identity politics, right? It was all just, oh my, and they like at one point they got upset, you know, like we had on Fight Imperialism, Stand Together, FIST, the youth group, we had a list of like recommended books, and we're like Marxist books. And they wanted to recommend Bell Hooks and Judith Butler and all these like non-Marxist writers. And that's because that's who they were reading. They weren't reading Marxist stuff. Why would they read that? That's like old white man. Oh my God. No, they want to read, you know, they want to read about, you know, white male oppression of marginalized identities, of transgender sexual oppression theories, or, you know, and it was like, they were reading all these books that had nothing to do with communism, that were like all this woke ID poll crap. You know, that's what they were reading. Judith Butler and Bell Hooks and who else? Marilyn Fry, I think. And, you know, all these like woke academics. That's what they wanted to read about. They did not want to read, you know, about Marxism. And we were mad in New York, the Red Youth. We were angry. We're like, why do these? And the reason, you know, the party leadership would just give them whatever they wanted. They just worshiped the North Carolina kids. And then my people in New York, we were always treated with suspicion. It was like, oh, these people believe in communism. That's weird, right? They're not real activists, right? Real activists are just activists. They're not, you know, and there was always this like suspicion of us for actually believing in communism and not being just like woke kids. And now I know what it was about, which was that they were bringing in the money with their woke foundations, with George Soros, with the big tobacco company and Southern Visions. They were bringing in the money. That's all it was about. And the crazy thing is, the crazy thing is that, you know, then they had some sex scandal in Baltimore. I don't even know anything about it. It wasn't even in North Carolina. It was in Baltimore. There was some kind of sex scandal in Baltimore. Every single one of them quit. Every single one of them. Every single one of them quit. And I think about that, and it's just like, you know, I don't know. I'm tempted if I see Workers' World people to be like, hey, how's North Carolina doing? Those were the, you know, they tore down a statue one time, right? They tore down a Confederate statue, which is a good thing to do. I mean, you know, it's kind of stupidly woke, but it's the Confederacy was evil, right? Slavery was evil. The Confederacy was evil. Destroying Confederate monuments, good things. They tore down a statue. And like, it was a couple of years, I think 1 year after I'd left the party, they had it like an entire convention themed around the fact that they tore down a statue, right? And it was called Do It Like Durham. And it was just all about how these woke kids in Durham tore down a statue. And they like made like a graphic of a statue being torn down. And it was like, was like, are you serious? Like, I mean, it's like, and also they didn't get, do you remember when the Soviet Union fell, how they were tearing down statues? Remember how when the USA invaded Iraq, they were tearing down statues? You do realize we believe in communism. We don't just believe in tearing down statues. But regardless, they made the whole thing about how they had torn down this statue. It was like the greatest thing ever, right? Even though, like, that's what all the liberals were doing, right, at that time. But they did what the liberals were doing. They tore down a statue. Amazing. And I believe that conference, the Do It Like Durham conference, was the last conference the Workers' World Party has ever had. They have not had a national conference since then. They have not had one because of the sex scandal in Baltimore, right? And first they went after Detroit and they kicked the Detroit branch out. And this I got to love. The reasons they went after the Detroit branch, this was classic. They went after the Detroit branch because they had a conference against austerity. Keep in mind, this is Detroit. It's an overwhelmingly black city. You got Abayomi Azikiwe of the Pan-African Newswire, was the leader of the party. It was an overwhelmingly African-American city, a lot of African-American members of the party. They had an international conference against austerity where they got communist activists from Europe involved, and they had this conference against the banks and austerity and how the banks have gone after Detroit. So the attack that was leveled against Detroit was, why did they call it a conference against austerity and not a conference against austerity and white supremacy? Nailed them. Why didn't they call it a conference against austerity and white supremacy? There you go, racists. And keep in mind, the Detroit branch was blacker than the North Carolina people were. I mean, that was ridiculous, right? But it was like they didn't use the woke buzzwords. They focused on opposing cuts in public spending and all of that. And then the other classic was that the West Virginia teachers strike happened. A heroic labor action happened in West Virginia. The teachers in West Virginia went on strike, and it was a wildcat strike, right? They were going to give them this new health plan that was going to fine them for not exercising and make them wear a Fitbit on their arm that tracked all their behavior. And, the teachers of West Virginia, without the permission of the union, had a strike. And it was a heroic uprising of the teachers against, cuts in their salaries, etc. So the Detroit branch of the Workers' World Party supported it, and they got on buses and they took their members down to Detroit to support it. The local West Virginia people were all these woke hipster kids, all these white, identity politics kids, and they didn't support the teachers. And they put a statement on the West Virginia Workers' World website that said that the teachers should pay reparations instead of going on strike. And then they used the logo of the Pan-African Congress of South Africa that says "One settler, one bullet." So they basically called for murdering the teachers of West Virginia who went on strike. And of course, that wasn't the party position, right? But Detroit went down there and fought with these younger people and said to them, look, you can't be doing that. And so who did the national leadership of the party defend? Did it defend the people in Detroit, many of whom were African-American from an oppressed city that are trying to take the working class line? Or did it support the woke kids who said one settler, one bullet? You guessed it. They supported the woke kids, right? And, it was just so ridiculous. And so they drove the Detroit branch out of the party. And then Baltimore, my understanding is that something sexual happened. I don't even know what it was, and I don't even want to know at this point. And they felt it was mishandled and all of that. And then Taryn, and I understand Taryn Fivick, she was a leader of the Workers' World Party at the time. And from what people have told me, whatever happened, I don't know what happened in Baltimore, she would not let it die. And she kept the fight going until enough people had quit the party. And she just kept the fight going. I understand that there was a raid on the Baltimore offices at one point, that Taryn organized some people. This is what I've been told, that Taryn organized some people from New York and other cities to go to the Baltimore offices of the Workers' World Party and trash them and spray paint that they were rape apologists and all this, right? It was just absolute wrecking behavior, and the Workers' World Party has not had a national conference since then. They have not had a national conference since, I think, 2017, right? When I was in the party, every year we had a national conference. There'd be about 300 people there because, it's a party, years ago in like the 80s and 70s, they would have like 1,000 people there. There were about 300 people at their national conference every year. Well, they haven't had a national conference since then. They have not been able to have a national conference. Barely anyone's left in the party, from what I understand. The Baltimore, Los Angeles branch are now Struggle La Lucha. They're a separate group. And the Detroit people broke away. And I guess for a while they had the Communist Workers League of Detroit. Now some of them have joined the PSL. And I mean, it was absolutely sad, right? I saw them at the Palestine rally. And I was like, I just ignored them, which is the right thing to do, right? People talk shit about me. I always have a lot of anxiety before I go to these protests, but I go and people, for the most part, don't bother me. And so I don't bother other people, right? We're there for Palestine. I'm there to do my job. I don't want them to bother me, so I don't bother them. But if I could say something to them, I would say, oh, how's North Carolina doing? How are those North Carolina kids that you loved so much? How are they doing? Oh, and how's Detroit doing? And how's Baltimore doing? And I would just, I saw it. I was in the group and I was furious. They were running the party into the ground. I mean, they were constantly losing members. They were constantly, and they don't care, right? All they care about is that as long as that they stay in charge. Certain people just want to be in charge of that organization, and they don't want anyone else to get control of it. So as long as they're in charge, the group can die and wither and burn, and they don't care, right? Larry Holmes, Monica Moorhead, Sarah Flounders, they want to be in charge. And as long as they're in charge, they don't care if the group dies. And they're incompetent, and they don't know what they're doing, and they don't give a fuck, right? It's a grift, and it's really pathetic. It's really pathetic because if we've ever needed a mass anti-imperialist organization that mobilized the working class in America to fight for socialism, it's now. If we've ever needed it, right? PSL is bad enough, but Larry, Monica, Sarah, there's a couple other names they just don't care. They're cynical, Larry Holmes at one point said to me, he said, Caleb, are you sure you want to do this? I kind of wish I'd done something else with my life. I used to be in a band, he said. When I was your age, I was in a band. I wish I'd stayed in the band. I could be a famous musician now. And this is the leader of the group. Great. Another thing I remember is I got really mad about Bernie Sanders because I was saying, look, they were always saying you can't talk about communism. People aren't ready for it. And then all these people are campaigning for Bernie Sanders. So right as I was leaving, as I was kind of on the brink of being pushed out, I got angry with them. And I said, look, you're saying people aren't ready for socialism. Thousands of people are piling in to see Bernie Sanders speak. So don't say people aren't ready for socialism. I remember Sarah Flounders. She said to me, you think we could ever be as big as Bernie Sanders? That's ridiculous. And I said, Sarah, we're supposed to be organizing the revolution. We're supposed to be taking power. So you're saying if you think we could never be as big as Bernie Sanders, why are you doing this? And then she kind of did a double take. And it's like she revealed her hand. It's just a grift. They're just fucking grifters, right? And of course, they hate my guts. They hate my guts like you wouldn't believe. I'm everything evil. Oh my God, Caleb is the worst thing. Because I see it's a scam, right? They don't believe in communism. They gave up at some point in the 90s. And they've got, they had Ramsey Clark for a while. He died. But they had the IAC. They ran the IAC. And they organized little protests here and there in New York. They don't believe in communism, right? The rank and file do. There's a lot of older folks in the group who do believe in communism. A lot of older folks who do believe in communism. But, the people that run it, the people that have the power, they are cynical. They are not ideological. They have not read. They have not studied. They are just very cynical, and they will be in charge. They don't care if the group dies. They don't care about recruitment. They don't care if the group goes. They just want to be in charge, right? They get to be the boss, right? Even if the group is 5 people, they get to be the boss. That's what they care about. And then there's a lot of younger people. Thanks, Gala. So, I should change the subject pretty quickly. There's a lot of younger people in the group. Happy Thanksgiving to you, Gal. I hope you and your family are doing well. There's a lot of younger people who joined the group like I did. And they think it's a real communist party. And And after a year or two, they quit. I actually lasted way longer than most younger people do. Most younger people in the party lasted a year, 2 years. I was in it for 8 years because I believe in this. And I'm still doing communism. I mean, I've got my YouTube channel. I work in international media. I'm still doing communism. And, you know, I actually believe in this, right? I actually believe in it. And these people don't. I was willing to live in a basement for, you know, for years. I was willing to sell my blood plasma to survive because this is what I want to do. I believe in anti-imperialism. I believe in communism. And these people didn't. These people, they probably believed in it a long time ago. But anyway, not a good thing to talk about. We got 16 minutes before we hit that before we achieve our goal. We are 16 minutes. I said today I was going to stream for 8 hours. We did 4 in the morning, and we are at 3 minutes or 3 hours and 44 minutes now. So let's keep it going, right? We have got a little bit of time left. I said I would do 8 hours today in order to focus, to get everything focused for Portland. I said that was what I was going to do. And here we are. Here we are. Here we are. Thank you, Gala. Thank you. Absolutely. And thank you everyone who's donated to the conference. Thank you everyone who has super chatted. Thank you everyone who's joined the Center for Political Innovation. We have something really, really special. We have something really, really special. We really, really do. We are building something really, really amazing. And the reason that people are bothered by it is because we're for real, and all the fakes know it. All the frauds know it, and it scares them. It really, really scares them. So thank you all so much. You know, 4 hours, 8 hours today. This will be an 8 hour. I will have done 8 hours at 11:30 p.m. In 15 minutes. I will have done 8 hours. Well, can you believe that? 8 hours that we've done. So what should I do in this remaining 15 minutes? What should we do for the remaining 15 minutes of the stream? What should we do? Should we put on some music? Do you have any more questions? You know, happy Thanksgiving, Gala. Appreciate it. Do you have any more questions? Anything you want me to talk about? We got 15 minutes left. We have 15 minutes left. Solidarity from Australia. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Very, very good. We are resilient. Damn right we are. Damn right we are. Look, I was sitting down while Elizabeth was in Greece. She asked me to kind of help her with, you know, she's going to give an organizational report and list all the activities, you know, that CPI has done this year. So I made the list for Elizabeth, and I was blown away. I'm like, we did all of that in 1 year. I just listed everything CPI, all of our achievements as an organization in the year of 2023. And it was like, we did more in 2023 as an organization. I mean, it's not even December yet, but we have done more this year than CPI has done since it was founded. Right. I mean, you know, we sponsored the Rage Against the War Machine rally. We published the Where is America Going book that was featured on Kim Iverson's show and all of that. We had the Summit Against Hypocrisy in March, which was an amazing conference. We confronted Saw Ing-wen on the streets of New York City. We had a confrontation with the president of Taiwan, the so-called president of Taiwan. What else did we do? We had a weekend workshop in Missouri. We participated in the New York City Peace March with clergy members. We had a New York City event themed around the Uhuru movement and how the U.S. legal system targets the poor. We made a film based on that event, supporting the Uhuru movement. Peter Coffin made an amazing film, Money and American Injustice. You know, we supported the August 6th Humanity for Peace mobilizations. Wow. I mean, my goodness, right? We were selected to lead the U.S. delegation to the World Youth Festival in 2024. I attended the International Council of the World Youth Festival. You know, I mean, CPI is going to participate in the World Youth Festival in Russia. I mean, it's like we have done so much this year, right? And I was listing, I mean, that's not even the half of it. I was listing everything we've done this year. I'm like, holy shit. And you know what annoys me? Because I continue to see on the internet people saying, well, CPI is dissolved. No, it's not. CPI is doing way more shit than we did before, right? We're having bigger conferences than we had before. We're publishing, we're getting more shit done way more than we even did before. We are not dissolved. People who think CPI is dissolved, I mean, what are they smoking? right? It's, you know, just Google us, look at our website for Christ's sakes, right? Yeah. I gave my book to a young bartender. He says he really likes it. Well, great. I'm really happy to hear that. Look, this book, Where is America Going? This is a product of these streams, right? It is the result of these streams, right? It is all the concepts we've worked so hard to understand here, all compiled into one volume. Look, there is the best review of the book. Kim Iverson featured it on her show, but the best review of the book that we've had yet was on Attack the System. AttackTheSystem.org, which is Keith Preston, the anarchist. He did a really, really good review of the book that is really, really in depth. You know, and I want to see if I can link it for you all. But he wrote this very, very in-depth review of Where is America Going? You know, I feel like we need to do more to promote Where is America Going? Because if you read this book, the politics that the analysis you get here is not like anything else, right? This book, we need to do more to promote it. I'm interested in forming like a committee or something. We need to get it out to people, because if they want to know what we are about, this is what they need to read. You know, this book will give you a perspective that you won't get elsewhere. And it's written in a way that is much clearer, much clearer than other material, you know, other material that you're going to get. So yeah, here's the review that Keith Preston, the anarchist, who does AttackTheSystem.org, he did this review of my book, you know, and he compared my analysis to different people. He raised some of his disagreements, which is fair, right? But this review of my book, I mean, this guy really, he read my book and he really examined what I think. And, you know, he doesn't agree with me on a number of questions. He's more of a libertarian type. He's, you know, he's got views on different issues that are not mine, but he read this book very carefully and he really engaged with it and he was really impressed with it. And, you know, this book, I feel like we need to do more to promote it. We need people to engage with the ideas in this book, because this is what it's all about, right? And you will not get this analysis anywhere. Marxism seems to have strayed far away from this kind of content. So I feel like we need to discuss it. You know, there's been several hundred copies of the book that have sold. Kim Iverson talked about it on her show. We've gotten a few high profile reviews. There's 19 reviews on Amazon. But, you know, I mean, I would just really like there to be more, you know, I would really like there to be more people that are able to engage with the book, you know, because, you know, and we have an audiobook now. Tyler McConnell did a great audiobook of it. You can listen to it as an audiobook, so you don't have to buy it. You can listen to it while you clean your apartment. You can listen to it while you work out at the gym. Tyler McConnell did an audiobook, which is great, which is a huge help, because a lot of people have really listened to the book, because, you know, there's a lot of people that just sitting down and reading a book is not what they want to do, but an audiobook they can do. And Tyler did a great job with his audiobook. I mean, it was really, really great. It was really, really tremendous. And here's the audiobook that Tyler McConnell did of Where is America Going? You know, audiobook. So yeah, but I would like more people to read Where is America Going? I consider that to be, of all, you know, this is really, publishing this book was a really important thing. I'm really glad I published this book, because that was one thing. I wrote most of it last August, but then in December and in January, I was finishing it and I said, I've got to finish this book. I needed to have it available for the Summit Against Hypocrisy, and I got it done on time. And yeah, here it is. Publishing this book was a big accomplishment. And this is a book that people need to read or listen to, right? I would encourage you, if you really want to get people to understand the city building tendency and anti-imperialism, maybe get one of your friends to just listen to the audiobook of this book, right, and ask them what they think, or get them to read a physical copy of it. That's my suggestion, right? Because because the perspective that you get, this is not typical Marxism, right? This isn't your typical woke, whatever. This is a unique message, but this is real Marxism. This is William Z. Foster, Gus Hall, anti-imperialism. But it brings it forward to our time. This gives analysis that you will not find elsewhere. So I would encourage you to get people to listen to the audiobook. I would encourage you to get people to read the actual book. Publishing this was my achievement this year. The Letter to Bob Avakian book, this book, I talked about it a little bit. I feel like this book was important. This was like an important polemic. It's very much shorter, and it's kind of an introduction to our ideas. But the reason I wrote this book is I'm trying to troll the algorithm. If you get active in communism in the United States, you immediately find out about Bob Avakian. So my idea was that anyone who Googles Bob Avakian, anyone who researches Bob Avakian comes across this book. And right now, if you type Bob Avakian into Amazon, this is the first book that comes up. And my hope is that that people, Bob's going to be around for quite some time, that people who get interested in this stuff will read this, and I will be able to influence people that find their stuff. That's my idea. Simon Songhurst, I can't see Norway going further left without becoming socialist as a catalyst. Has any social democratic country ever become more radical? No. That's one thing. Social democracy has never worked. Social democracy, the theory is that socialism just kind of gradually evolves out of capitalism. Never has that happened anywhere. Never has that ever happened. Has socialism gradually evolved out of capitalism, right? In some places, it ends in disaster, like in Pinochet's Chile, right? And there's some countries that have kind of an anti-imperialist revolution, that's not exactly clearly socialist, and then it becomes socialist, like Venezuela or Cuba, et cetera. But as far as, a country that just has straight up social democracy and then that becomes communism, that's never happened. No. And honestly, I mean, social democracy, it plays a very negative role in the history of our movement, right? There's a reason that Stalin and others called it social fascism. Is because it is, it's about trying to make capitalism more efficient. And in the context of imperialism, social democracy helps imperialism by stabilizing things. And that's an important thing to keep in mind as well. But I do understand, though, that the Norwegian Social Democrats are actually social democrats, which is rare. Right? That most social democrats at this point are just liberals, right? The British Labour Party removed Clause 4 from its bylaws. They don't advocate socialism anymore. They don't advocate the means of production being controlled by society. The German Social Democrats have said the same thing. Social democracy was a wing of, it was originally all Marxists were calling themselves social democrats. It was the Second International, right? The critique of the Goethe program. The Goethe program was the founding meeting of the German Social Democratic Party. And all over Europe, parties that followed Marx's ideas, social democratic parties, labor parties, workers' parties were formed. And they used the term social democrat rather than communist because they didn't want to sound like radicals, like extremists, like bomb throwers, like anarchists, because the word communist had been kind of co-opted by extremists. So social democracy was a mass movement that was originally a revolutionary movement. But gradually, it became less and less revolutionary. It got watered down, and then they all supported World War I. And when they supported World War I and sent workers off to their deaths, then the Bolsheviks, they changed their name to the Communist Party so that people would not associate them with the sellout Social Democrats. But on paper, Social Democrats believe in getting to socialism. They believe that the means of production, the centers of economic power, should be organized to serve the people. They just think it should happen very gradually, right? They believe there won't be like an event horizon where the workers seize power. They believe it'll be a gradual process, one step at a time. Socialism just kind of emerges out of capitalism. Evolutionary socialism, like Edward Bernstein, right? The big social democrat was Karl Kautsky, who was a brilliant writer who Lenin really respected. And his book on the foundations of Christianity is very good. And, his book, The Class Struggle, is very good. Karl Kautsky was a good guy, but when the rubber met the road, he was too afraid of losing everything. He had built up such a big machine under German capitalism, that if they had opposed World War I, they would have gotten smashed. And he wasn't ready to take that risk. And so he wasn't ready to become a full revolutionary. He sold out and he supported World War I. But the Social Democrats, on paper at least, did advocate actual socialism. Bernie Sanders doesn't. He doesn't believe the means of production should be controlled by society. He believes in a welfare state. So Bernie Sanders is not technically a social democrat. Bernie Sanders is a liberal, right? He believes in more of a welfare state, right? The British Labour Party, until the 1990s, they believed, it was in their constitution, their bylaws, that they eventually wanted to move towards socialism. They took that out, right? Most social democrats in Europe are just liberals. They believe in a welfare state. They stopped believing in society actually controlling the means of production. In Norway, my understanding is the Norwegian Social Democrats still actually believe in socialism. They do actually, so they're actually social democrats, which is to their credit, right? That they do actually, and they did weird things. Like I understand in Norway at one point, they had a special tax that workers would pay, and it was to go into a special fund. So eventually the workers could buy their plant from the capitalists, right? That was the idea. The workers were going to save up their money and buy the factory from the capitalists, right? A lot of weird, like social democratic things. We hit the mark. 8 hours. 8 hours. We did it, folks. 8 hours. 8 hours in a day. I said I was going to stream for 8 hours, and we did it. We did it. We streamed for 8 hours today. We did it. We streamed for 8 hours. We streamed for 8 hours. Wow. Wow. We did it. My throat is kind of dry and hurts, but that's okay. We streamed for 8 hours. We did it, everybody. We did it. Wow. And that means Portland is going to be a smashing success. Wow. This is a great moment. This is a great, great moment. A great, great moment. I am so proud of us. I am so proud of our community. We did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. And I am so, so proud of our community. Folks, we did it. Happy Thanksgiving. It's going to be Thanksgiving for another 29 minutes here in the Big Apple. I'm going to put on the closing music. I'll be back maybe tomorrow, definitely over the weekend. Thank you. We did it. 8 hours. 8 hours in a day. We streamed for 8 hours. Look at us. Look at us. We did it. We made a goal and we accomplished our goal. We accomplished our goal. I am proud of us. I'm going to put on the closing music. I'll be back. I'm very proud of our community. We can do this. We can do anything. We can do anything. We can do anything. All right, folks. In the struggle against U.S. imperialism is now emerging throughout the world. Ever since World War II, U.S. imperialism and its followers have been continuously launching wars of aggression. But the people of various countries have been continuously waging revolutionary wars to defeat their aggression. While the danger of a new world war still exists, and the people of all countries must get prepared, revolution is the main trend in the world today.